We're live. The hangout. This hangout's on air. We're live. We're going. New control room features. Yeah, it's live. Microphone check. Microphone check. Yep. I think we're live. Sweet. YouTube page, video embed. Okay, let me see this. That's it, right? Oh, snap. Yo, this is dope. Yee. It's decent. Microphone check. Yep. Holy smokes. So now how would I invite you? Interesting. Into my audience. I had the overview. Oh, I've got one viewer. Loud and clear on mic. Decent, decent. Oh, yep, this is how I would invite Ramon. Let me see. Send invitation, VIP. And Ramon, I'm sending you an invite right now. You should get it soon. The invite has been sent. This is decent. Theo, what are you doing there? I think I sent Theo an invite by accident. He's in my VIP. Theo, what's happening?
Hi. I'm just uploading a video.
Man, I'm just messing around with Google Hangouts, learning to use it. I'm actually streaming live right now to my YouTube channel.
Oh.
I know, right? Just messing around with it.
Okay.
I think Ramon's going to be here in a second. I've just sent an invite as well. Let's see what happens. Oh, join. Oh man, Theo, it's been a heck of a day, man. People are going crazy over DirectX12 and the Xbox.
Oh.
It's causing so much controversy.
Let them just have it, because they're gonna get it and they're gonna be like, yeah, it's still the best, yeah, and they'll secretly just see no difference whatsoever.
There we go.
Sweet. Hang on, let me just I might as well just put this out there. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. Did you see? Did you see Zephynic's reply to Truth Be Told?
No, I missed that one.
Oh man, it's hilarious, man. These guys are just going at it. Just going at it.
Yeah, so with the DX12 and this thing, you'll be able to stream right to YouTube.
Okay. Um, yep, so everything is all working. Hold on. Just close this links.
Yeah. What are the chances of that? You know, everything's working the way that's supposed to be. Holy cow!
Hey, Theo, have you been following the whole news, like with this whole DirectX 11? I mean 12.
I've followed part of it, but not much. Like, I've seen that it's supposed to. Well, people are saying, "Oh, it's supposed to double the performance," and
Double? Can you believe?
yeah.
Okay, now, as a fairly knowledgeable tech person, what exactly are your thoughts on that, Theo?
A joke. I hope.
See, that's exactly what I said, Vincent. I said the same thing. No, what did I say? I said it was a bad joke, didn't I?
I think there may be some slight truth to it, but it's the exaggeration that's really getting at me.
I mean, double. Double.
I know. That's what's really getting at me. I mean, Ramon gave a really clinical explanation, like, to why he just feels it's all nonsense.
Mm.
Like, he went into the whole the dilemma that we as PC gamers face when we buy a specific graphics card. And, like, fair enough, it may be able to has the features to enable it through DirectX 12 and all that, but does that necessarily mean that graphics card is now going to be performing at the same level as a generation above it?
What I don't get is if DirectX 12 is supposed to double the performance of the GPU in the Xbox One, which is just a PC GPU in a box, why would it not double the performance of my 6770?
That's exactly what Ramon said.
That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make any sense. It's basic PC hardware in a box.
That is exactly the same thing he said as well. Like, I mean,
See?
how many people are missing that?
Maybe the cloud will
See, no, look, and that's what I said. I was like, I understand how PCs work, and I understand how software and hardware work together. How? How is it possible? So, you know what I mean? So if it doubles, like this is discussion we had earlier. If it doubles it, then my 4 GB GTX 670 should perform, I don't know, like one of the new Titan Blacks does right now on DX11.
Yeah.
But they're not promising that.
No.
They're not promising that. They're saying that this cell phone GPU that they have and the Jaguar APU, they're saying that this Jaguar APU is gonna double in performance somehow.
Yeah, I
where I come from, 1 and 1 is 2. It's not potato or some other, anything else. I don't get it. Where are they getting the power from? Where do they think they're getting the power from? And like I said, maybe they just built that inefficient of a chip to begin with, that it needed something like this. But I don't see it doubling the performance, because if it's an inefficient chip, then it's still going to be an inefficient chip no matter which software you're kind of using it, because it's not a hardware-specific software. It's DX12, which all PCs that are going to be using DirectX are going to be using, basically. All DirectX 12 games. And it's not like it's a specific software for a specific thing. It's DirectX, because I still have games that use DX9. It's game specific.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go back and make Company of Heroes, the original one, DirectX 12 compliant, because it runs on DirectX 9. You know, so it's not going to be doubling the performance. Maybe it's just making, maybe it's just a new way of writing software for the future, possibly to run better
it'll
across all hardware.
it'll basically just be optimization. You know, making this use less resources. You know,
Right.
it's not going to double the performance. It's not physically possible. I mean, why would they make a driver for a video card, or I don't know, make a language for a video card or whatever, and it only uses like as part of it? They're gonna try and squeeze everything out of it as soon as you get it.
Right.
They're not gonna be able to squeeze that much more out of it. It just wouldn't make sense. So after all these years, they finally figured out, hey, we can double the performance of every card you've ever bought.
But that's not what they're saying. They're only saying for this specific
Oh, yeah, for
chipset.
that specific. Yeah.
Set up here saying that for.
So you've got to have your tablet GPU in order to get that kind of performance.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, and I'm not hating on consoles. It's come on, it's weak.
Exactly.
It's a weak console. It's a weak console as far as in terms of like. I haven't bought either one of this generation, so I really can't comment on how.
I bought a PS4.
You know what I mean? On how fun they are. But they haven't shown me anything that I want to play, that I have to play. Have to. You know what I mean?
Don't. There's no games.
You know? And that's what
I chose the PS4 and it's got absolutely nothing for me to play just like that.
I remember after E3 last year, right? The one thing, and I believe I told Vince this, I was like, the one thing that I will get a next generation console for is The Division.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, wow, if they're not going to bring that to PC, then I have to get a console to play that game because that's right up my alley. I'm a DayZ, Arma 2 Wasteland nut. You know what I mean? It's kind of just one of the things that I play. And I was like, I love those survival style games. And when I saw that, I was like, I have to get that game. And then now that it's coming to PC, there is nothing that has been shown on console that I have to play. You know, what am I going to get? Forza 5? Why? There's better iRacing games if I have the itch to play a racing game. You know, a simulation style racing game. There's better ones, already available. You know, if a fighting game, well, I mean, I don't play fighters. You know, I mean, there's nothing on these consoles have shown me that I have to play. You know, and the fact that the hardware is weak, considering my old 775, Wolfdale Core 2 Duo, used to outperform these consoles, and that thing, it came out 2006, so they're just now competing in 2014. They're just now competing with 2006 PC technology.
Oh my god. Like this is what really gets me as well. Like it just feels like whenever any particular claim gets blown out the water, it's like they have like another one just waiting in line. First, like Theo, like do you remember, right? A few months ago, it was all the range to be talking about cloud gaming and what that would mean for next gen. And it seems that as that has been, Titanfall and all those games have come out and everything, and that whole facade, like it's fallen, like slightly fell apart. And now it seems like they're rolling out this whole DirectX 12 propaganda now. And it's just, I just don't understand why can't gamers see through this and what it is.
It's blast processing, man.
They just want to try and prove that they have made the right choice. Like, the Xbox console has been hit from every direction because of the whole DRM thing. And they're just trying to find a way to make to make them come out on top, say, oh yeah, I chose the right console. You've got no games. We've got double the GPU performance from this magic DirectX and whole processing, and they'll find a new one straight after this. Like there'll be a new thing they come up with.
I mean, even if Sony came saying out the same thing about the PlayStation 4, I would be like highly skeptical.
Yeah, exactly.
Highly skeptical. Like who are you trying to kid here?
Right.
You're gonna double the performance. It's crazy. What? Were you running Minecraft?
Right. Well, not because you know what? Minecraft would eat those consoles alive. It would. I mean, although Minecraft looks, low tech. I mean, to run Minecraft efficiently, you got to have a decent computer. But when I look at it, and I'm just like, every step of the way, Microsoft has been getting their ass kicked on something one way or another. They were like cloud gaming. They were like cloud gaming, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh well, the infrastructure isn't strong enough for any type of cloud gaming, pretty much anywhere except for like maybe 3-4 countries, And then it's like, oh, and then on top of that, here in the United States, the Supreme Court, came down with came down on net neutrality, saying that the internet providers can start throttling, traffic, from people basically who don't, pay service fees. And then, so they're like, okay, well, cloud gaming is out the window, and everybody knows that's a bit of a hoax because the technology, the infrastructure just isn't there right now. Cloud gaming itself seems to be a great thing, and it would be a great thing if the connectivity between the servers and my home were viable. But they're not, especially not for that kind of not for that kind of package, not for that kind of packet of information to be sent over the internet and to be streamed constantly. It just doesn't have that. You know what I mean? Most places here in the United States, I mean, man, they can barely stream Netflix on full HD. They just don't have the bandwidth. They just don't have the infrastructure because the companies were given billions of dollars in tax breaks to make, to upgrade the infrastructure, and they never did. They pocketed the money. Because the law didn't actually say they had to do it. It was just like, hey, we want you to do this. Here's an incentive to do it. And they were like, yeah, okay. So now they're coming up with different subscription fees where they're going to make internet like cable. Where you're going to have to pay a subscription fee to not get throttled if you want to use YouTube or gaming or anything else, man. It's completely ridiculous, But then they're getting hit, and then now they're like, oh, well, we got to do something to win this, this information argument. And they're like, well, DX12, there we go. We'll say DX12. Since cloud gaming didn't work.
You know what? Hats off to them. It's like, it seems like it's doing its job. It seems like it's working because there's a great deal of excitement over this whole announcement. Like, and it just keeps on picking momentum. Like you see, like we live in an age, right? Once you get a particular message out there, it just ferments. Like it just keeps growing. Like,
right.
Regardless if it's true or not. Regardless if it's proven or not.
It's an echo chamber. So when you tell one lie, hey, we got DX12 coming out, and it's going to see an improvement in performance, and everybody's like, oh, an improvement in performance, and then some idiot who's not an engineer, probably a PR person, was like, yeah, it's going to double it.
Yeah, that sounds exactly right.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, and then that just gets repeated and repeated and repeated, you know what I mean? Constantly, And that's how it happens, the lie becomes bigger than the truth. Like, I have no doubt that, DX12 is going to increase performance, but it's not going to be double. That's preposterous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Right. That's crazy talk.
But then you have all the Xbox guys, all the hardcore Xbox guys who they live in their own echo chamber, so they just start yelling at each other about this, like, yeah, and it just gets louder and louder, and then people outside of them start hearing it and they start believing it. But it's going to be a sad day that when the hammer comes down and people realize, oh wow, it didn't do what people said it was going to do.
Exactly.
Because the lie became bigger than the truth. The truth is that DX12 is going to increase performance, but it's not going to be doubled. There's no way. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but I mean, I can add.
And they came on stage in that conference, right? Theo, they did it again. They did what they always do. They came on that stage. They had some tech demo of Forza running on a bloody PC with a GPU. Yeah. They showed the tech demo and they said, by the way, you PC gamers don't expect to see any of these games on your platform. And by the way, these features are for Xbox One. Well, hold on a minute. Why don't you have an Xbox One on stage doing all this stuff? Why? What exactly is this?
Right. It's a joke, man. It's a joke, and it's messed up is that for the longest time, like Sony and Microsoft were doing this, going back years, bringing in the development PCs for the shows so that way it would look better. Because frankly, I would do the same thing because those are 25-foot screens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You put something that's 480, you know what I mean? That's 480 resolution on a 20-foot screen, each of the pixels is going to be the size of my arm. So you gotta, they had to do something to up the resolution. They're like, well, these consoles just aren't going to do it, so they had to, they brought in their development PCs that this stuff was made on. They were like, all right, boost them up. And it's got like a, I don't know, kind of like an emulator running the games and stuff, but it's, there's no way. You're telling me that when they showed those Uncharted demos on the giant screens at E3, and I love Sony, so it's not like I'm bashing Sony. I love Sony. And when they were showing those Uncharted demos, that there was no jaggies on those 25-foot screens. But when I played Uncharted at my house on my, on my little 25-inch monitor, I could see, I was like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
And it's like it's a moot point because you play Uncharted for the adventure for the game. I'm not saying it's just when you notice things like that after you beat the game and you're on like your fourth playthrough, you start to notice things because you've already beat the game 3 or 4 times. You're just trying to get a platinum or whatever, and then you start thinking it's like, wow, I remember watching this on on E3 and I didn't see any of that. The same thing with other, like with the games on Microsoft. The only reason I say Sony is because, it was the only console that I had that didn't, like, burn itself out, like, after a week.
Oh, man.
I don't know. I think it's funny, though. It's like, how are these guys believing this?
They follow Zaire. That's something that's like... They believe Zaire.
But see, it's not just like a YouTube thing. It's like these companies, they know, they totally understand the minds of gamers, right? And they know they have loyal fans that will go all out for them. So all you need to do, just give them a little soundbite here and there, and they will just run with it.
Yeah.
Free advertisement. That's
they don't need no evidence, no proof. Like
they just say something, and as I said, they spread it. They spread it. They could say anything. It's free advertisement for them still, because there'll be some gullible person out there that will believe them.
Of course,
obviously.
You remember when they first released the specs for the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, right? And it showed that the PlayStation 4 was going to have GDDR5, and that the Xbox One was going to use just regular old DDR3 RAM. And people were like, and the Xbox guys were, yeah, that's not going to make a difference. There's no difference. And it's like, people, we are on the internet. You know what I mean? The research has already been done by somebody.
That's what I'm saying. It's there.
And it's up there somewhere. Most people are using Google Chrome. Just, we have a saying these days. It's called Googling it. You know what I mean? And it's like, how can people these days be so wrong about so many things that are within 5 seconds of them figuring out the truth about? You know what I mean? It's like, it's obviously, it's because when they open up those pages and they see things like teraflops and, memory bandwidth and, and all these big words, they're like, I don't understand what that means. The one that my company is using must be better.
There's no way around it. Like I think we're entering unfamiliar territory when it comes to with this whole internet era of gaming. Like the internet is proven to be like a double-edged sword for these companies. On one hand, they are now able to market their products as like never before. But on the other hand, you could have some kid in his underwear somewhere in a basement somewhere exposing the hell out of your company. so like these companies, they have a love-hate relationship with the internet, and I think they've adopted like a trolls mentality, to be honest. It seems like they just putting a lot of troll material out there just to stir things up and to keep them like relevant. And it seems like constant attack and just pure BS nonsense, man.
Yeah, easily.
Because if you keep the fans occupied with talking about agendas that don't necessarily affect you severely, like basically keep them going in the fanboy wars, keep that going, you're less likely to have fans like critique you on issues that a consumer would bring up. You know what I mean? Like if you have everyone playing, oh, I'm gonna back Team Red, I'm gonna back Team Blue. They tend to focus less on really from the consumer in general, from their perspective, the issues that are troubling us, like.
Well, look, they've got this whole thing out there right now so that people are talking about it, so that way they're not talking about how they don't have any games to play right now.
It's true.
Don't go there, man. Don't go there. No.
The only game I have on my PS4 is Need for Speed Rivals, and I cannot stand that game. It is the
and
worst.
you love racing games, don't you?
Yeah, I absolutely love racing games, and I cannot stand to even put I hate the look of the case. It aggravates me that much. The game is still broken. It crashes because you turned the camera slightly. There's nothing. There's nothing at all. I mean, we had Infamous Second Son. It's a great game. But it lasts 10 hours to get a platinum trophy. There is nothing else to do after that.
Wow.
And then, what else is there? Tomb Raider Fraud Edition,
Right.
Killzone Shadowfall. I don't even want to get into that. I was hyped for Killzone Shadowfall. I was happy.
But is it a decent game, Shadowfall? I mean, fair enough, it didn't reach the expectations, but is it like a decent shooter?
I cannot stand it.
Wow.
Like I loved Killzone 1, Killzone 2 was brilliant. Killzone 3 not as much as Killzone 2.
Yes.
Killzone 2 I loved. Shadowfall, you could tell that they spent, I don't know, £1 million budget on that game rather than the last game's 20 or 30 million. It was just, the sound effects were missing from explosions and everything. Like, it wasn't a glitch, it was actually just missing. Like,
holy cow.
it was awful. Like, you could, half the time you get lost. It would say you need to find someone, but it wouldn't tell you which direction you need to go in, where you need to go to find this person, why you're even looking for this person or anything. I mean, the multiplayer's okay, but it's just the same run around, shoot, die, that I'm used to on Call of Duty and
Right.
with less guns, without a leveling up system. You know, it was just a mess.
See, the thing is, right, Theo, I made a video a few days ago, and I was like, I'm going in on people who bought next gen consoles, right, and how their expectations didn't match what they thought they would be getting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what exactly made you go out there and buy these systems when you knew exactly the games and the time span they would be released in? Because you have a lot of guys saying, "Oh, we don't have enough games," but the list of games were out there. Like, how long did you expect these single player campaigns to last?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I regret buying a PlayStation 4 day one. I regret.
Wow. That is shocking coming from you. Like, I mean, I'm not saying you're a Sony fan.
I know.
I'm just saying, you tend to prefer Sony, so that's shocking coming from you. Like.
Yeah, I mean, I was buying a PlayStation 4 originally day one for Drive Club because I love racing games. Racing games are my thing. Drive Club was going to be a very socially connected game that would have given me reason to keep trying against other players. Subscribers I've got. I mean, I would have been early on the game, so more people would have seen my channel. I would have got more exposure. And I mean, racing games. Basic concept is you unlock a new car. You drive around the same track that you drove around before, you unlock a new car, it feels completely different. So, you know, it's never the same, and I can play racing games for years. I mean, to this day, I still go back to Most Wanted from 2005, Carbon from 2006. You know, there's a lot of racing games I go back on, but that was delayed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was delayed to early 2014, and it's still not out.
Right.
We don't know if it exists still or what. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna dive in, go with Need for Speed Rivals. I'll probably enjoy it. I don't want to play it on the PS3 because I'll probably want to rip my eyes out. And I bought it and I completed it within like a day. And there is literally nothing for me to do except get on the game. You pick a car. It's like an arcade machine. This is how I explain it. So you put your money in. You pick a car. You drive around and try and not get busted by the police. Bank your score, and then you get your high score on like a leaderboard. That is literally the game. Literally the game. The races, you start them, the cops smash into the back of you, that's how broken it is by design, and you are busted while trying to begin a race.
Wow.
It's like, how can you think of that? It's broken. Broken by design. It's intended to be broken.
See, I blame a lot of companies, the companies for doing this. What they did is they cut back on the testers that they have, and they're releasing a lot of early access games just because they don't have to keep in-house testers anymore. They're using the public as testers. And a lot of times, like on Steam, you know, we all use Steam, they'll make you pay for early access. So basically, you're paying to be a tester and a beta tester, as opposed to back in the day, companies used to have in-house guys who did all this, so that way they wouldn't release. Hey man, could you imagine if a game like that was ever released in 1997? It would have never seen the light of day.
Mm. Yeah,
You know
I see what you mean. It's
on PlayStation 1 days, you know what I mean? They would have never
they
seen
could
the
not
light
make them
of day.
because, I mean, you can look at the PS1, PS2 games. They are solid. Like you'll be trying so long to try and find something wrong with those games because they actually tried them. But now, because they can just patch them, they don't even bother testing them. Like,
Nope.
It drives me insane.
They release games now, and they have since 2006, that are with game-breaking bugs in them. And because they have such big names on the titles, games like, I don't know, Battlefield 4, you know, that they release them and people buy them, and then they're like, oh, we'll finish development after it's released. I mean,
yeah. While we're developing the next game to milk more money from you and the DLC for that game, and
right. And it's like the nerve of these companies, you know, to release these broken games. Like this is it's insane.
It's insane what EA is doing with Need for Speed. Because Need for Speed, right, it used to be big, didn't it? It used to sell 11 million for Underground, 11 million for Underground 2, Most Wanted 10 million. Now it sells about 2.5 million, 3 million a game. So that's not a lot of money for EA. So because a lot of people don't really care for it, I think most of the sales are probably in like Eastern European countries or something. Like that's where it's another Need for Speed, I'll buy it. So what they did with Need for Speed Rivals is it looks like the lowest budget game that EA's ever produced ever. Like seriously, it's got less content than the last game, than the last game, than the last game, like the first Need for Speed probably had more content, and that was like 1994, right? So the game's not selling much. They released things like 4 or 5 DLC packs for cars for the game. You get 2 cars for £5.
Wow.
Reskins. Same sounds from some of the other cars on the game. Also, you don't get any other objectives. No more races, no map expansions, no speed lists, as they call them. Like they don't give you anything, just the cars, just the reskins.
That is insane.
And then
that's basically $10 in the United States. You know?
Yeah.
That's $10
for 2 cars.
Reskins.
Reskins, exactly. And because they failed to actually sell enough DLC and the game still, they're releasing even more DLC. The game is usually dead after this point because next month they're going to announce the next Need for Speed because it's E3 next month. Well, just after. They released a trailer, then E3 like a couple of days after. So they are really failing with this game, and they're milking us out of these 2 car packs for £5.
Oh man, it's insane! It's insane. Like a few days ago, I was on Steam, and I just thought, let me just check through the market, see what's available and stuff, because like it was doing like a little sale, And I kid you not, I went into I forgot what I think it was Arkham City or something like that, like one of the Batman games. And I hit the drop-down menu for DLC by accident, and oh my goodness, like my jaw just hit the floor.
Yeah, there's like 30 pieces of DLC for them.
That is madness. Like, it's just DLC central, man. It's all over the place, and it just makes you wonder, you know, what is this gen gonna be like? It's gonna be crazy.
I don't know.
Who knows,
digital
man?
games costing more than physical games, and like no one is saying anything about that. It's like, what, are you serious? You're on console. It's supposed to be super convenient, right?
For me to buy a PS3 game at the moment, it costs £35 to £40 from Amazon, or £40 in a shop, or on the store it's £55. For me to buy a PS4 game, right? To buy it on Amazon, I'd get it for about £55. And to get it on the PlayStation Store, it's going to cost me about £65.
Wow.
Like, PS3 games were £40. It's gone up in price, and it's gone up even more on the PlayStation Store. I don't understand that at all.
That is insane.
I mean, a few games and you've easily got the cost of the console already. It's £350, and I'm paying £70 for games.
Oh yeah.
Next gen tax.
Yeah. Yeah.
That hedge fund. Oh man.
It's what they do.
There's all this talk, right, of DX12 on the Xbox One. Where does that leave the PS4?
Still ahead.
Still ahead.
Because like in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, wouldn't some of these so-called benefits that they're able to squeeze out this whole pairing, wouldn't that translate over to the PS4 also in some shape or form?
I guess it could in a way, but I mean, I'm guessing Sony won't use DirectX. Like, they'll have their own set of tools.
Yeah, their own tools. I mean, I'm sure they can find ways to mimic any kind of achievement like that. I mean,
I doubt with achieve. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll keep updating the API, whatever you call it, over time. I mean, they're not just going to have like one set of tools and that's it for the next 5 or 10 years, however long this generation lasts. They're going to improve them. There's going to be new ways. I mean, Mantle was obviously people who were saying, "Oh, Mantle's going to improve the performance on the PS4." I mean, they're going to put Mantle on the Xbox One and stuff.
Yeah.
But Mantle, as a concept, is just to make a PC like a console, like you can write to the metal of the card. It will benefit it when it's like games are ported from PC to console, because I mean it's easier to literally just drag and drop everything. But I mean it's not going to improve it by that much. I'm pretty sure they've squeezed as much as they can already so far out of the PS4 and the Xbox One.
So basically, all these features are basically more to aid the development process.
Yeah, pretty much. It's to make it easier, you know, right to the metal, as you will. I mean, get more out of the card, or the hardware you have available to you. I don't know, send some jobs to a GPU when before it could only be done by the CPU.
Yeah, because I was reading up on it, right, and it seems like it's more to do with alleviating the CPU tasks and handing it over more to the GPU side of things.
Yeah, I mean, the GPU's got more room to work with, so I mean.
Regardless, though, there's still hardware limitations. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, exactly. There's there's always ways you can improve. I mean, it can be on the level of making Mantle, making DirectX 12, and it can also be on the level of the game as well. I mean, they could make something not load in very far into the distance when before it was always trying to load that in, and you know, optimization. I mean, there's so many ways for you to keep improving games over time, but there's always going to be that point where you're like, is it even worth trying to squeeze that tiny bit of power out of there and put that bit in there, and I might as well just put the game on it anyway.
That's
just wait for new hardware.
Look, if DX12 is gonna make the Xbox One GPU twice as powerful as it is right now, then logic dictates that Sony is gonna have a tool that comes down the pipe in a year or so that would allow them to make their GPU twice as powerful.
Exactly.
Thus leaving the Xbox in the dust.
Twice as powerful. That's gonna become like a stable mark for like this gen, like twice as powerful.
The thing is that as we discussed earlier, it just simply doesn't make sense. Like you said, there's different ways to make it better, more efficient in the way that the software uses the hardware.
Yep.
But there is hardware limitations.
There always will be, yeah. But I mean,
there's hardware limitations. The fact that for one, the Xbox already has 1.2 gigabytes of its already slow memory, just cordoned off just for Xbox for the Kinect.
Yeah.
And for OS, and so it's like 2 or 3 gigabytes of its 8 gigabytes of memory. That there's gonna be hardware limitations. See and it's just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Now, if they gave the developers an option to say, hey, you can write a function that's going to kill the Kinect while your program is on, and we can open up those that memory for you, I think that would be a great thing.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
I think devs would be on board with that, and it would just kill connectivity. While that particular game is running, and then afterwards it would just boot back up when it goes back to the dashboard or whatever, where it would just keep just barely the basic thing, so that way whenever they're waving or yelling at their Xbox to change channels or whatever, that's the only thing that it'll leave on, like just part of it or something. They've got to find something to free up their hardware. You know what I mean?
I don't think
because right now most of it is spoken for. As of right now, most of their hardware is spoken for. It's like I look at right now when just as a basic thing, I'll pull up like my task manager and see what all the programs that I have running in the background.
Yep.
And I have like almost 4 gigabytes of just crap just running in the background. Yeah. And I'm thinking, holy cow. Back when I had 4 gigabytes as total for my machine, having 1 gigabyte was atrocious to me. And now I've got like 4 gigabytes of things. So I've got 32 gigabytes of memory just floating out there. It's like, yeah, that's not a big deal. It's only 4. So you're telling me that when this Xbox is at idle, it's already using a quarter of its resources.
Damn. That's crazy.
Just at idle, before you even start anything, it's just when you Xbox on, and it says "Good morning, Commander," and you're like, "Hey, Cortana, how's it going?" You know what I mean? And it's like, where are they getting the extra power from?
The cloud.
You know what I mean? That's the big question. I could believe this if they could tell me where they're getting the extra power from. Yeah. Just making hardware more efficient does not get you that kind of power.
What about the ESRAM? I have to bring it up to you. I mean, other people are talking about it. What about the ESRAM remote?
Yeah, the ESRAM. What it is it's a stackable GPU, right? They've got another GPU stacked on top of the other one. Yeah. What was the other bullshit rumor that they had going out there too? That there was like a GPU stacked. Come on, man.
They were saying they had dual GPUs. I remember that. Oh.
Yeah, they were trying to say that it was like a
GPU.
It was like a stacked GPU.
Why would one just be inactive?
Yeah. Don't worry. What we're trying to do right now is sell the console and make something that's breathtaking. We're going to leave this one off until later. And nobody can access it. You know what I mean? Not even our in-house developers. Nobody. We're going to leave it off. But sometime right around 2018 or so, we're going to magically flip it on. And then you guys can use it. Come on, man. I was born at night, but not last night. The stuff that Microsoft is pulling, or trying to pull anyway, and getting their people. See, that's the thing is, I don't even think it's Microsoft. I'm pretty sure they've got like a badass PR firm out there, just like, hey, Johnson, what can we make up today? Well, I don't know. I was looking at Zaire's page.
Just get it out there. Just get it out there.
Yeah.
Just get it out there.
It's like
Let them eat cake, man. Let them eat cake. Just get it out there.
They're just throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks.
Yep.
And that's what's aggravating. It's like, I can't believe my peers as gamers are that gullible. They'll just believe whatever. And then, if you say anything against it, you're a fanboy. Not believing that bullshit makes you a fanboy, but saying anything against it makes you a fanboy.
You're a PC elitist, man.
Yeah, that's what I am. I'm a PC elitist because, because I took 5 seconds to see if something was true or not.
Like all that tech lingo, be quiet, PC elitist. We don't want you here.
Anyway, talking about PC elitists, have you seen the specs for like Shadow of Mordor? The recommended specs?
I heard it's gonna take a heavy hit on the PC gamers.
Oh, it's a monster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because not minimum specs. Minimum specs are always that, but like recommended specs is calling for like a 3770. You know what I mean? 8 gigs of RAM, and like the same thing with like Watch Dogs on PC. It's
it was on that 8-core like CPU and. I don't know because I haven't seen the page because I can't access it, but.
It is.
I heard this a lot.
Yeah. The
but
specs
they're saying, oh no, it's not final. It's not final. It's not final.
Well, hopefully they can come out with something that's going to double the power of mine. Considering I spent as much on money as it costs to buy an Xbox One. My GPU costs as much as an Xbox One, so nobody's looking out for me to make it more powerful, right? I get drivers to make Tomb Raider 40% more efficient when I haven't played Tomb Raider since I beat it.
Oh man, you having issues with telling the Modo you can get double the.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh man, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. When I
would totally love to work in PR because I would just have a field day, especially like within the gaming sector. I would have a field day with these guys, man.
Yeah.
I would put out the most ridiculous stuff. It just sounds so believable.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Check this out, right? I'm on the website and I'm reading the Forza 5 demo was the star of the presentation, designed to show how console. Look, pay close attention to this. Yeah, remember E3, right? Yeah. Pay close attention to this. Look, the Forza 5 demo was the star of the presentation, designed to show how console-level efficiency is possible on the PC. Bizarrely, according to NVIDIA, the demo ran on a Titan Black hardware. The most powerful.
It was dropping below 60 FPS.
And possibly not quite the best hardware to demonstrate an efficient console port. You don't say.
Yeah.
Let me bring my 6770 in. Try it on that.
Yeah, I posted in the chat the Shadows of Mordor requirements.
Alright, let's have a look. But yeah, I swear, like, it was still dropping frames on that thing as well. Like, it can't be that optimized.
Right.
I mean, I think it wasn't huge frame drops, but I mean, if that's on the highest end with the Titan Black,
right? If that was on the Titan Black, I'm in trouble because I'm only rocking like 4 gigabytes of VRAM. You know what I mean? And I'm just, it's crazy. I just don't know what it's gonna do. But I look at the things like that for like Shadows of Mordor and
wow,
and Watch Dogs, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Talking about minimum requirements, you gotta have a first generation i5.
Oh my goodness.
At a minimum, or a Phenom 2 X4, a Phenom 965. You know what I mean? That's minimum requirements. That means that's gonna barely push it.
But it feels like Watch Dogs. I'm getting this sense that the game is being kept under wraps for a reason. And like, think about it, right? After this whole blowover about downgrade and stuff, they haven't really been flooding the market with a lot of footage. I think one footage came out. That was for consoles.
Yeah, it was like a pre-ordered trailer, like bonus
Yeah, but I still haven't seen any PC footage. I don't know what's going on
they
with
haven't
that.
shown PC footage at all, have they?
No.
The last time they showed it was it was E3 obviously, but there was some after that, I think. Gamescom, was it? I don't know. But it was a while ago that since they've shown PC footage.
Yeah, I still haven't seen anything. And I mean, this game is like what? What's it? A month away?
Yeah, it comes out on the 27th of May.
That is crazy.
Like, I was looking at the pre-order thing on Steam, and they don't even have any video. It's all still shots.
There's something dodgy going on, Theo. I mean, like,
yeah, that is
I
really
was
weird.
excited, right? Because I was thinking maybe they showed at E3 and like got everyone hyped. Maybe that was the PC footage, you know?
Yeah, that's what I.
And then maybe they finally showed the console version, and everyone felt upset about the whole. What? Actually, they never really said it was. Oh yeah, it was the second. It was the first console footage they showed that I think was probably PC. I think that first one was PC.
That was PC, yeah.
Even though they claimed it was PS2, I think that was the PC version.
They said it was a PC dev kit. So.
Exactly.
I mean, it was probably just the PC version.
Then what the hell was that at E3? I mean, what, was that like Adobe After Effects? I mean, seriously, what version was that?
He said it's
I don't know. Like, I lost interest. I was really excited for Watch Dogs, but I kind of lost interest as I saw more of it. Because can you remember the E3 reveal?
Yep.
Behind it, like right at the end, you saw that guy was stood on the roof, and he was messing with that guy the whole time.
Oh man.
That's gone. That's completely gone from the game. Like, what you do now is you get dropped into someone's game, you chase after them, and they can get away, or you can kill them and or hack them, or whatever you want to call it, and that's it. Like, before, that guy was calling the police on that guy, like, moving the bridges up to stop him going on the bridges, and you can't do that anymore. I guess it can through the mobile app, but I mean, that was what had me excited for it. I could just go into someone's game and have so much fun just messing them up. Like, that's why I really thought it was going to be good. But I mean, now it's just become this Assassin's Creed. I mean, I'm still going to get it, but I'm extremely disappointed because I saw something completely different at E3, or at least they may have like showed it wrongly. I don't know.
That might just be it. They might not have just presented it the way that they.
I mean, they were rushed to show it, weren't they? So.
No, I think this is worse for you. Like, I'm very suspicious now. You know,
I know what you mean.
I'm getting that strange vibe that they're trying to pull a fast one on us.
Yeah, and then wait until release, and then we're like.
Yeah, I'm getting that strange vibe, man.
Well, you know, then again, you know, they were supposed to release shortly after Grand Theft Auto 5, and when they said that they were delaying, a lot of people thought that a lot of people thought that they just didn't want to compete with GTA.
That must have been one of the reasons, though, because
I think they saw a lot of the backlash that GTA was getting when they released the game, the backlash that Rockstar was getting when they released that game, and everybody was like, "What the hell is this crap that you gave us?" You know what I mean? A lot of people were very upset with that product, and I think Ubisoft saw that and was like, "Whoa, hold on, we might not want to release our half-made game."
The online was just a mess in GTA, man. It was crazy.
Right. You know, and they were like, "Well, maybe if we just delay it for 6 months." You know, if they just want to delay it for 6 months, it's possible. Like, I don't know. I'm a business major. I'm not a computer guy, so in business sense, that's what makes sense to me. When you see your competitor getting backlash, then if you have something similar going on, you stop. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
I can't say anything in this because I've put 25 days playtime into GTA Online.
Right. Well, I mean, eventually they fixed it, but you know, how many people did they lose?
Yeah, for the first week, people were having issues connecting. I got on like the second day, but I had my characters like deleted up until my 5th one. So, but I mean, I enjoy the game still. I see what you mean, though. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but you have a drive to play it, though. What I'm talking about, you know, but as hardcore, you know, gamers, we don't really set the market. You know what I mean? We push for products, we want products, but we don't really move the market. It's the casual gamer, the people who bring in more money, because between me, you, and Vincent, that's only $180 for a game. It's the other 1,000 people who aren't going to play as long as us three that make the company their money.
As long as they catch them at the beginning with the first reveal, they get the pre-order down, that's it. Like,
and that's all they had to do. They got everybody to spend the money, then they're like, hey.
Yeah. What's this?
If you don't want to play, we're okay with it, because we didn't really have, enough servers for, the 30 million copies we sold.
It's worries for the Division and Destiny and I'm just worried about all bloody next-gen games that I saw now.
No, my main worry is probably the Division.
That's my
I am in love with the Division.
Out of my pants for that game.
Yeah.
Then.
I mean, all the stuff they have been showing with that engine, though, what they call it, Snowflake engine. Snowdrop, that's it. I mean, they've actually shown the engine in working and behind the scenes, and it still looks as it did in the trailer, and that one it's more believable because they've actually shown more of it. But I mean, whereas Watch Dogs, we've seen one bit of PC footage and nothing else since, except console or the downgraded version of.
Right, it was just that little bit of canned footage that we saw, and we actually have no idea. Everybody assumed that it was going to be maybe an open world Infamous style where you're like this anti-hero, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody actually knows how the game plays. We just saw an action sequence.
Yeah.
A canned action sequence at that.
It got me, man. It totally
got me. It got me too. Then, they started talking about, well, it's going to be a little bit different and this and that. And it's like, whoa, hold on, what's going on? What do you mean it's going to be different? It's going to be the same where, like you said, the guy disappeared. We're not sure what the gameplay is going to be like. I mean, are they tacking on a BS multiplayer like a lot of games are doing now? Or what are they doing? And they've already said that Ubisoft already said that they don't have any plans to make any one-off games.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
they're
Watch
looking
Dogs
to
1,
make.
Watch Dogs 1 is meant to make Watch Dogs 5.
Oh.
The Division 1 is meant to make the Division 5. They've already said this publicly that they don't plan on making any one-off games. They plan on making series, franchises. That's what they're about. They said they are not about making any one-off games. So, if they got to do good enough with this first game in order to get a second game out of it, I can understand why they wanted to delay 6 months, maybe to polish, maybe to change some things up, do some things. Maybe they had a game-breaking bug where every time you tried to hack something, it put your bank information on the internet for some stupid reason. Who knows? You know what I mean? None of us have inside information. We don't actually know what happened. They just said that they wanted more time to work on it. Because I remember they said they had that whole press release where they released and said, play the next 14 days in San Andreas, and then you get to play in Chicago after that, or something. Something along those lines when GTA was releasing. Anybody else remember that? When Ubisoft released that thing and said you get to play in San Andreas for the next 2 weeks, and then because it was supposed to be released 2 weeks later, and here it is 6 months later, and now we have a hard release date. But I mean, does anybody have any proof that it's gone gold? Normally, a game goes gold about a month or so beforehand.
Yeah. It's not going to go. My cable just died from my monitor.
I think he wants to join. Who's this? Who is this? Man, if that game flops, I'm just gonna be so pissed. I am gonna be so pissed. It's the promise. It's the promise for you. The promise of this game is just, oh man, it's like one of those dream games that you've always wanted.
Yeah.
The Division and the promise, they've sold me, man. Are you familiar with Dragon's Den?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they walked in and they've pitched the idea to me. And I'm giving them, like, I've literally thrown my wallet at them. Please make it be real, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the PS4 at the minute, like, you know, Corey and all his friends, they're just like, oh, DayZ's coming to PS4 soon, and it's like, no, I don't think it will. But I'm just excited for the Division because that's like, I can't explain it. It's like DayZ, but it's got a, you know, more of a, I don't know.
It's if you ever played Arma 2,
Yeah.
the mode that DayZ, or the mission that DayZ came out of, was the Wasteland mod. You know what I mean? Where it was, you know, it was the open map. The only thing that DayZ really added was zombies.
Oh, right. Okay.
All right, so because Wasteland is basically DayZ without zombies. You know, so it was the survival mode where you had to find food, you had to find, you know what I mean? All that stuff was there. You had to buy, you know, get weapons, find a weapon store, and then there was 3 factions. You could be, you know, Op 4, you know, Blue 4, Op 4, or Independent, and you know, you can, and you know, it was mission oriented, so there was always, you know, sort of a mission, unlike in DayZ where you just kind of make your own mission. I mean, me and Vince have played a few times where it's just like, hey, what are we gonna do? Well, let's go see if we can find some weapons here, and we have to get into a firefight on the way, or it's like, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's assault the NPC fortress, or you know, or something, you know, and so Wasteland came out of that, and that's why I like the Division, because I played Wasteland before I played DayZ.
Okay.
You know, so that's what it's about. You know, it's, you know, you have the weapons. It's about survival. It's about, you know, doing the whole thing, and it's just a matter of, you know, surviving. It's a survival game. You know, obviously they've already said in Division that there's going to be no food or like thirst meter. You know what I mean? So you're not going to have to actively.
They said water's going to be used as a currency.
Right, water and food's going to be used as currency as opposed to actually having to consume it.
Yeah.
You know, it is in a bit. I'm sure, you know, in later versions in Division 2 it'll become, you know, food will be food instead of money. But you know what I mean? It'll just depends on how the players react to it and everything else like that. Then, like, but it's survival.
Yeah.
You know, no.
Like, I mean, I'm sure like
right.
it would have created like an interesting element where, do I take this food to live, or do I trade it for this particular item that I really want? Right. You know, and then you create a dynamic in the group. You know what I mean? Like Vince, when we play DayZ, it's like, okay, well, who's got a blood bag? Okay, well, you carry a couple blood bags. I'll carry some extra ammo. You carry some extra food. I'll carry some extra of this. You know, we all have a little bit, but then there's one person in the group who usually carries a little bit more of this particular item. You know, this person's carrying more food. Like, he carries our food. Vince carries our extra medical supplies. You know, JJ carries our extra ammo. You know, whatever. You know what I mean? And so it creates like a different dynamic in the group as opposed to Division. Division's more of like an RPG. You're going to be actually gaining skills and equipment as you level up. You know, I just wish it was since it's an RPG, it's not going to be, because it's got to, you know, it's got to appeal to the mass audience. They're not going to have like permanent death like in DayZ. DayZ, you die, you're done. You know, you get a French character. You start out, you know, with a pair of pants and a shirt on the coast, and you're like, okay, well, I got to find my way from here.
Yeah.
You know, so it's going to be a little bit different, but it's exciting. You know what I mean? It's exciting to see what they're going to do with it, especially with the engine that they made, a lot of their action, a lot of their gameplay that they showed. It's what a lot of survival players have been really looking for. It. That's why games like Rust and the Nether have kind of taken off a little bit as well.
Yep. I think that style of gaming is going to be very prominent this gen. I mean, like it makes you wonder where like the first game, I mean the single player gaming experience stands, because I think bringing people together is going to be very crucial to success this gen.
Yeah, definitely. That also leads me to think.
Like, think about like the two highest games on my list is like this year or next year, seeing as how they're all getting pushed back, has to be the Division and Destiny.
Yeah.
It's like I'm on record, right, for saying next gen does not officially start until Destiny arrives.
That's what I say as well. Yeah.
It's just the way I feel like, especially for the console gamers. Until that game arrives, you are not really experiencing like true next gen gaming because this is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's
to me,
Division and Star Citizen.
To me,
Yep.
next gen is always online. Evolving universes,
Exactly.
connecting with other players rather than just seeing another AI character. Co-op, multiplayer, and single player is one thing. That's next gen for me.
Right. I want to see things that I haven't seen before, which is why I threw my money into Star Citizen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm an official backer. I've put money into it. I plan on buying another ship in the next few weeks to have a second ship because I believe in this project so much because it's, I want to be part of something like that. You know what I mean? It's, man, it's amazing.
I've actually got a concept I've been working on for like a ship. But seeing as how the whole contest is over now, I'm just wondering if I should even bother putting it forward.
Well, I'm sure, yeah. You know what I mean? Why not? I mean, maybe it might not get, made like this go round, but I'm sure they'll have another, go coming up soon.
Oh man, Ramon, it's beautiful. Like it's like I rarely ever rate my own stuff until I rather have other people rate it. But I'm putting myself out there and saying this idea is sweet. I just hope they'll accept it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, but exactly. I think that's what next gen is going to be all about. Is the open, the open worlds, the everybody getting, being online in a persistent world. You know what I mean? The one thing that I like about Star Citizen is it's super ambitious. It's that it's going to be one universe.
Wow.
So like there's gonna be, they said they're gonna add the option for like private smaller universes, basically a private hive or whatever. But their main goal is to have one persistent universe that everybody plays on. So whether you become a smuggler in Sector 12 or whatever, and I become just a regular merchant in Sector 1, you know what I mean? It's going to be the same universe, one universe. And if I happen to go that way, or if you and your pirate band decide to come around my way, there's a possibility you might jack my ship. You know what I mean? And so this thing is like the thing that I like the most about it is that if you become an explorer and you find a new star system, you get to name it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it gets named that. That's it. That's its name. You know what I mean? In the universe forever.
I hope that more publishers and developers take risks this generation, because on the PS3 and 360 generation, they seem to find something that does okay and then sticks with that, even if it's declining. They don't want to try anything new. They don't want to add anything new. Like Call of Duty is a prime example of that.
Exactly.
They just want to keep it as it is. Like EA, as in they don't want to pump in more money than they have been earning from the last game, pretty much. And I hope to see more of them doing that, like this generation. And Ubisoft seems to be doing that with The Crew.
Yep.
And I guess you could say The Division as well, and because that's going to be like an always online thing, and people are going to be like, oh, screw always online, oh, I hate it. That I hate. I had to pull that today. I made a video.
And they say that while they're online always.
Check this out, right? Seeing as how this generation, right, is going to be heavily focused on online gameplay.
Exactly.
Are people hypocrites when they say, all those DRM type implementations Xbox were trying to make was totally out of order, blah blah blah? Like, were they totally wrong for that?
It's completely different when a system is unusable. When a game is not accessible because the developer wants that game to be online only, like it's a connected universe, like The Division, you're not going to have that on single player.
Right.
It's not going to work.
Like Destiny.
Like Destiny, I don't know.
The real experience for Destiny is online. Basically.
I mean, Destiny, we don't know exactly all the little tiny bits and so on, but it does seem like a very multiplayer dominant game. Like, the crew is also online only. People are complaining about the crew because if you get kicked out, like if you disconnect from the internet, you get kicked to the main menu. Well, in a video I've just literally uploaded a few minutes ago, I was saying, well, if you get kicked from a Call of Duty game online, what's the difference?
Right.
You know, it's no one buys Call of Duty for the single player anyway. But it's technically an online game, and you know, I just people don't look at it in other ways. They just go, "Oh, I got kicked out of the game. This is a bad game," and I attacked a website today to try and counter that. But yeah, if the game says when it's like the vision of the game is multiplayer only, then I will know that game is multiplayer only. If I didn't have an internet connection, I'd be like, yeah, okay, well, I can't get in that game. You know, I just it hurts my brain because they say at the beginning it's an online game,
Right.
and then they complain. It's like, no.
Well, what I'm trying to see out of Next Generation is for every game, I want games to be unique again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want games to be unique again. I want games to have...
Ramon, that's gonna take time because we are partially to blame for this. Think about it. We just had a solid 6 to 7 years. Let's be honest. Like console gamers in particular, playing the same regurgitated stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like all of a sudden, it's like everyone's woken up and all of a sudden everyone's asking for AI.
But see,
advanced AI. But I'm like, wait, hang on. Who are you to make demands on like advancing AI when you've been playing COD for the past 6 to 7 years? It's not just gonna all of a sudden happen now. They've been feeding you that stuff for years.
Alright, now, look at this though, Vince, is when Call of Duty came out, it was, you know, a AI-driven game.
Yeah.
You know, initially. Then Modern Warfare 4 came out. Or Modern Warfare, you know, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, right? And that kind of blew the top off of everything. Okay? Before then, Medal of Honor had its own thing. You know, Killzone had its own thing. You know, SOCOM had its own thing. And each of these shooters were played in their own way for their own reasons. Right?
Yeah.
Call of Duty 4 came out and blew the top off of all of that. You know what I mean? Now, all of a sudden, what happened to Killzone 3? They tried to make it like COD, you know, and it was an abject failure, a disaster. You know what I mean? SOCOM 4 came out. They tried to make it more action-oriented like COD, disaster. You know what I mean? Medal of Honor, you know, EA rebooted it, tried to make it like COD, disaster. People wanted to play COD for COD. People wanted to play those other games for them being them. They didn't play those other games because they wanted them to be like COD. They played their games because of that's the way those games played.
But see, here's the thing though, Ramon. Like, I remember, right, when Killzone was launched.
People played the Killzones and the Halos because they wanted a futuristic style of combat. And that's why they played those things. And they didn't play them to be like COD, but everything tried to be like COD, but nothing could be like COD except for COD.
But that was because of the fans, man. That was because of the fans. Because I remember like a ton of gamers online, like they were requesting for COD-like controls.
Yeah, but COD-like controls and COD-like gameplay are different because it's like if I remember on Killzone 2 to like zoom in was like the triangle button or something like that.
Yeah. And
people were just requesting that if you hold the left trigger, it zooms in. You know, it's just an easier control scheme. I'll give COD that. It's a very easy control scheme. You know, it's you know, it's very familiar. It's very intuitive, I should say. You know what I mean? It's almost second nature. Like you can play COD without ever playing it before, and the control scheme is very easy to learn. It's very intuitive. And then you look at other games, and it's like, why is this button here and not here? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But like, but as far as like with other games, it was business decisions. People saw how much these companies saw how much money Call of Duty was pulling in, and they were like, we need a piece of that pie. And they made failure after failure after failure trying to steal a little bit of that COD money. And then every time COD released a new game, it broke a new record.
Yeah.
And then they would release a new game, and they would break a new record. And then EA would try and release another game, and it was garbage. And then, some other place would release, random COD clone shooter here, and it was a failure.
Can you remember?
Because they thought it was a 0-sum game, and they didn't understand it. People like to play games because they're different. Back in the day when the original NES came out, and there was 50 platformers, everybody played 50 different platformers. Nobody was like, hey, well, that Mario game did really good. Maybe we should make our platformer like those. No, somebody was like, hey, why don't we make one with a ninja? We'll call it Ninja Gaiden. Hey, why don't we make one with shooting? Because Contra was pretty much like a platformer that you shot in. You know what I mean? And it was just different games with the same thing. That's why when Valve came out with like Portal and Portal 2, look at this. This is amazing. It's a shooter, but not really a shooter. That's real innovation. Not adding in fucking kill streaks. All of a sudden everybody had to have kill streaks, and then every time you kill somebody, my screen gets splashed with a fucking experience point thing. Oh, hey, thanks for giving me a bullshit reward. I really needed that. I liked old school shooters like SOCOM. SOCOM 2, all the games were unlocked. In SOCOM 2, all the attachments were unlocked. Everything was how it is, and it's just your skill versus the other player's skill, which made the difference. Not the fact that you played the game for 30 hours and you have a AK with a slightly higher rate of fire than my AK. You know what I mean? And that's what makes the difference is personal skill, not weapons. When you have weapons that give people just little, and then that's why you get people that cry all and think, oh, this gun needs to be nerfed. This gun needs to be nerfed. This gun fires too fast. This gun is too powerful and it shoots too fast. You know what I mean? All that is crap. If all the guns were just guns and it was just a matter of skill that made the difference, who could complain about anything? You know what I mean? You know that SOCOM 2, more hours were logged, because, that was when the onlines were both being launched. There was more hours logged on SOCOM 2 itself than all of Xbox Live.
Oh my goodness.
For those...
That game was too hot, man.
For those years that it was active, you know what I mean, for the original Xbox and for the PlayStation 2, more hours were logged on SOCOM 2 than all of Xbox Live. You know what I mean? You telling me that game wasn't a good game, and people, and people don't appreciate the hardcore style shooter, as opposed to this kiddie crap where you get a experience point splash and then you get to call it.
It's the instant reward, man. It's the instant reward.
You get to call in a helicopter to give you 5 more kills that you didn't earn. You know what I mean? You get to drop bombs to get more kills that you didn't earn. Oh, look, I went 54 and 20 or whatever. You know what I mean? And you actually only got like 20 of the kills. Why doesn't it just reflect? You got 20 kills, you get 20 kills. That's it. I don't know. When I see the way that games have changed, I want games to go back to being different. I want The Division to be different than any other game that comes out. I want the next Assassin's Creed to be different. I want the next, second, Infamous or whatever, whenever it does drop. I want it to be different. I want it to be different than every other game that is out there. So that way I can say, hey, I don't have a style of game like this in my library. As opposed to saying, I can compare this to the 75 other shitty shooters I have in my library.
Man, that is incredible. It's going to be interesting to see if they stick to it. That's going to be interesting, because I just think there is basically one franchise we need to kill to free up the industry. I have to say that franchise we need to kill.
I have no problem with that franchise. I want them to keep doing their thing because they have a particular audience that loves their product, You know, the thing that bugs me is the fact that when everybody every year, you know, and I've seen them. I know 5 people like this who they Call of Duty sucks, Call of Duty sucks, Call of Duty sucks, and then you know what?
Yeah.
They buy the next one. I haven't bought a Call of Duty since World at War.
My last COD was Black Ops.
I haven't bought one since Modern Warfare 2.
You know what I mean?
Don't get me wrong. I've played the other games, like a few of them, but let's not go down that avenue. That's for the PC game of Forbidden Territory.
Right.
Let's just say I still managed to get hold of the games without actually paying for them.
Yeah, I went from
them.
World at War to Black Ops and then quit.
Yeah,
I realised what I was doing. Buying
Yeah.
the same thing again.
because you know I put my money where my mouth is. If you release the same product, like I have a habit of buying. I like sports games, so I'll buy the same sports game over and over again. And even though sometimes they're just glorified, you know, just roster updates and stuff like that, that's fine. You know what I mean? In a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is why I'm okay with Call of Duty still coming out every year and them doing their thing, because I buy sports games. It's what I do. I'm not going to make any excuses for it. It's what I do. However, why can't we have other games? You know what I mean? I don't want FIFA to play like Madden. If FIFA tried to play like Madden, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Those two sports aren't even alike.
One thing I don't get is the companies that make the most are less often to try new things.
Right.
Yeah.
Like they've got the most money to
Why
throw
would
away.
they feel?
Right.
Like they've got more money to just literally throw away and like try something. I mean, Ubisoft, yeah, they did the Crew. I keep saying that, what the Crew they're doing that. But EA especially, like they must have some of the most money, along with Activision. Activision's got nothing. Activision's got Call of Duty, and they bought out Bungie, and there's nothing else. They buy them out, but you know what I mean. They publish their game, and they've got nothing else. They got rid of Guitar Hero and DJ Hero and stuff. And what else have they got? What's it called? That game where you collect the little figures. What is it now?
Is it Skylanders?
Skylanders, that's it. They've got Skylanders. That's all they've got. But they sell 25 million copies of Call of Duty every year. They don't make a new engine every COD. They don't put a lot of money into COD. So they must be just sitting on a constantly skyrocketing pile of money to do absolutely nothing with.
It's just a giant pile of money.
What are they doing with it? Like, you're supposed to invest, come up with no idea. You're in a position where you can burn half of that money and still be higher than the rest of them.
Well, don't they own part of Blizzard or something as well?
Yeah, I think so. They have so much money, but they're doing nothing.
Yeah. Well, it's because they have the money and they can just acquire, companies like Pandemic and Ravensoft. You know what I mean? Like they did back in the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can get partnerships with with Blizzard, and then they can, partner with Bungie, and they can buy. If they see a game or a studio that they like, they can just buy them.
Yeah.
They can just buy them, and it's like we don't really need to do much. And you're right, they don't take the risks that they used to. But you got to remember, they took the initial risk. You know what I mean? They took the initial risk of releasing a rhythm game like Guitar Hero. You know what I mean? I remember, before I played Guitar Hero and I saw somebody playing it, I was like, you're a dummy. How are you sitting there playing a damn video game with a plastic fucking guitar, jumping around in front of your TV like a moron? Then he was like, hey, give it a shot. And I was like, this is great. This is amazing. You know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah.
I don't know. They do things, but Activision has an old name though. You know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, they made the original MechWarrior games that I loved back in the in the 90s. They made the Tony Hawk series, which they milked the hell out. Activision makes an IP, then they milk the shit out of it. They made the Jedi Knight games, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. You know
what I mean?
But I mean, what else do they have now? They didn't need anything, to be honest. Actually, COD.
They don't.
I mean, COD probably.
To be honest.
I don't know how much bloody profit they make on COD, but I mean, they just retexture it each year, so it must be a lot of profit, just profit. Like, it probably costs them nothing to make the next game.
Hey, they spent a lot of money on that fish AI.
I don't blame them, man. I mean, if the fans are still there, if the fans still want it, I mean,
yeah,
you can't knock it. That's what you're gonna keep getting, and I think that's why a lot of companies try to mimic that, because they just saw that, look, if you want to play, it's COD. We have to get on board.
And then rather than trying new things, have you noticed that the EA and everyone they take their big franchises like Need for Speed,
exactly,
and then they make like free-to-play versions for like Eastern European countries, you know, Asian places where they won't buy it every year, where they'll just end up spending £100 on another car or something. Like, I've noticed them do that rather than trying anything new.
Yeah.
Like, there's FIFA World, the Need for Speed World, like, there's a free-to-play Battlefield game, Battlefield Heroes, there's the Call of Duty Online or whatever they call it, and they're all free-to-play. I don't know, it's weird. Like, if they did that, I don't know, wouldn't it make sense to just, like, update the sports games rather than release new ones? And I'm just gonna go off.
It's like a magazine subscription.
You're right, Theo. That is what would make sense, but that is not what makes money.
But I mean, they haven't tried that, really. Like, they could release a subscription version of FIFA, because I know everyone that buys FIFA that I know puts money onto the game after buying it anyway to buy these Ultimate Team cards or whatever they are.
Right, the team cards, and to unlock rosters. Sometimes, sometimes they'll have certain clubs locked up or whatever.
And the next game, they've lost all of that, and they're just happy to do that. So I mean, surely they'll be happy with like the game updating, and then I don't know, putting the initial money into FIFA Ultimate Team again. I guess it'll keep more people on it, because I'm sure that this series would just decline over time after a certain point.
Well, you know, every so often they do have like a slight it's not great, but they do have like slight graphics upgrades and stuff like that. But
I'm more also on physics.
Right, and so the new thing is on physics and stuff, and I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do with these sports games. Now that they're using like semi-proper equipment to try and get these games out there. But look at as far as like Activision, they set the model for the milked franchises. You know what I mean? And I'm not just talking about with Call of Duty. You got to go way back. You know what I mean? You got to go way back. To like the Vigilante series, the Vigilante 8 series. The original. I think they were the original publishers for like Sid Meier's Civilization. How many of those have there been? You know what I mean? How many Tony Hawks were there? You know what I mean? How many Marvel Ultimate Universes were there?
Spider-Mans.
Every time there's a Spider-Man movie, which is every 3 years, Activision has the rights to the Spider-Man games. You know what I mean? And so even when they don't have a Spider-Man movie coming out, they still make a Spider-Man game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How many Guitar Heroes? They made 5 of them before they stopped, and 6 of them World Tour. You know what I mean? They just keep pumping out these things.
Guitar Hero would have been a series in where it made much more sense to have one base game and then add in the music over time. Because I mean, that would make sense for that type of game easily.
Right.
And they should have at least tried that.
They should have at least tried at the end when they were done with like World Tour to and call it like whatever, like World.
We'll try DJ Hero.
We'll call it Guitar Hero World.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can it'll just be this game from now on. You can always add music, and we'll constantly add music to it.
Yeah, I mean, even SingStar's doing that now. You can get the base game on the XMB, and you buy songs.
Right.
I mean, it's working for them, obviously, because they've still got it on there.
Right. So and there hasn't been a Guitar Hero game for a few years now.
But they've killed it off. It's gone.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And
Hero 2.
And just think about it. They could have constantly been selling, guitars, and eventually they came out with like drum sets and and things like that. It was just like, wow, they had a cash cow and they decided to make steaks instead of just like milking it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why would you kill the cow, Ramon? Why?
I don't know, man.
Exactly.
Because they got too big. They started making too many games. It's like every other year they were coming out with another Guitar Hero, and you don't need that. The franchise didn't need that. I bet you if they would have just left the second to last one out there or whatever, and then just started coming out with DLC. And still sell, hey, you know what? You want a replacement guitar? You need to order it from us. Yeah. We're not gonna send any more to stores, and you can get it through us or through Mad Catz. Maybe have like a special thing with like Mad Catz or something, where they can make proprietary equipment for them. Man, they could have did it right, but instead they killed their franchise. Man. There's so many different ways that they could have did it, and they didn't. Like Skylanders. Skylanders is on its way down. Skylanders came out and it blew up, but it's on a decline. Because somebody paired up with Disney and made what the hell's the Disney one called? I don't even remember. I saw it at GameStop though. It's like the same thing. It's got a little thing where you put the Disney characters on there, and they're in the game. Mm-hmm. But if these guys would anyway, they made the model, and so EA was like, well, hold on, we've got a big time shooter in Battlefield. Why should we release a Battlefield every 5 years like we have been doing and making quality games when we can release a shitty one every other year?
It's inevitable.
And I knew, don't get me wrong, Bad Company was a good game. But it was not thought out the same way that the other Battlefields were. The original Battlefield, Battlefield 2, and even Battlefield 2142. They're thought out and implemented very well. And then as soon as they consoleized it with Bad Company and Bad Company 2, and then Battlefield 3, which was a good game. Don't get me wrong, I loved the hell out of Battlefield 3, but not as good as the other ones. They took out a lot of things, Commanders. Then they try and bring Commanders back with Battlefield 4, but they put out a broken game.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? Battlefield 4 is what Battlefield 3 should have been, except not broken.
Exactly. I've been saying that as well. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, the elevators are now working. Literally. The elevators are now working, ladies and gentlemen.
The one thing I noticed is that
it's so obvious,
EA is trying to make everything use Frostbite or the Ignite engine. All the games, well, the 2 games that I know released on Frostbite, just as the the next gen launched and so on, like Battlefield and Need for Speed, are both still broken.
Oh.
What difference is one of them is about to get a new game in a couple of months. Well, I think actually that there was that the rumor for the Battlefield game that it's going to be police themed by Criterion Games. Oh. I can't remember what was it.
Yeah, because they're trying to get in on the Payday crowd.
Yeah.
Yep.
Criterion making military shooter. There we go. Found it.
Oh man, Ramon, how do you think that's going to turn out? Battlefield 5.
There you go.
I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I have
it's being made by Visceral and Criterion.
If they implement it right, there's a possibility it can be a really good game. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I like Payday. You know what I mean? And if somebody was to make a game in the same style as Payday, I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm not going to play that game. I try all games, especially if they made the same game but they made it better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I tried the was it Infestation, or what was it originally, a War Z, or you know what I mean? Which was garbage. It was horrible.
I bought that game. I
you know what I mean? Well, I played it on my buddy's computer because I was originally, it was I didn't want to spend money on it if I didn't know.
It was £1.50 on a sale, so I got it.
Yeah, I was gonna get it when it was on sale, and I was like, but by then I already knew how bad of a game it was. You know what I mean? It's not worth, the $3 it was on sale for on Steam.
It isn't worth it at all. It is dreadful.
So like I said, I love DayZ. You know how much I love DayZ, Vince.
Yeah.
So I play. If a game comes out that has similar style of gameplay, I tried it and it was garbage. You know what I mean? And it's like so. But if somebody would have did it better, I probably would be playing that instead of playing, still playing DayZ.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. It's like I'm not a person who's like, oh, well, I'm only gonna play the only shooter I play is COD. No, that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? I was playing Mech Warrior online, and I was telling Vince, I was like, man, I'm not happy with this. He goes, hey, why don't you try this game Hawken that me and some of the other guys from his group DrebReport have been playing? And I was like, Vince, I've been playing it like every night since.
Yep. Hey, hello. Hey, Dane.
You know what I mean? I've been playing the hell out of Hawken. And so it's like, and I grew up with, when I grew up, but I was already like an adult when, I played Mech Warrior in the, the late 90s, Mech Warrior 2, Mech Warrior 3, Mech Warrior Mercenaries, all those games were great. They were a lot of fun. So I wanted a game similar, but Mech Warrior Online, it's not that good of a game. I have a lot more fun with Hawken.
I knew you would. I saw Angry Joe's stream of Mech Warrior, and it just felt stale, man.
Yeah. That's exactly it. It was pretty stale.
Remember, there was a game shown at E3, and I've just totally forgotten the name. Like I literally can't find this game. I've forgotten the name of it. It was one of the games that got you hyped about E3. I think the guy gets on a plane and he flies away, and the world is just beautiful. The colors are vibrant. Everything about this game is stunning. I've totally forgotten the name of this game.
Was it an indie game?
And it felt like one, but it just looked gorgeous. Like I forgot the name. Like, it was a huge universe, and like
I think it was made by Hello Games.
Hang on, what's the name of that?
Let's have a look.
Just totally forgotten the name of it.
No Man's Sky.
Oh, that's the one.
No Man's Sky. Yeah,
that's the one. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Man, penis.
Oh my. When you guys talk about creativity, this is it right here.
Yeah.
Penis.
This is it right here. I'm sure like the artist will appreciate this. The artist amongst us. This game is gorgeous.
Yeah. Did you hear that they got like flooded twice after they announced it?
I'm not surprised.
They were in Guildford. They got flooded. So.
Are you kidding me?
They managed to like rescue everything though, so it was alright.
That's insane.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah. It's like I'm not a huge fan of when I hear indie games. Like I don't. People say I hate indie games, but it's because I'm fed up of the 2D side scrollers. I see too many of them where you're just tapping spacebar to shoot these things, and that's it. This is the type of indie game that I want, like No Man's Sky, like something that's actually different.
Yeah.
And even if it's not to the scale of this, I know this is huge, because I mean they've sold other games before it, but I mean, at least try some other things. Like I'm fed up of 2D side scrollers. Because people just go, oh, you just hate indies. No.
No, I don't hate indies. I just tired of playing.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of playing all the roguelike knockoffs.
I mean,
all the Terraria knockoffs that are coming out.
I mean, how many of them are there? Like, how many times can I build the same house over and over again in a different textured game? It's like one of Sony's in-house developers is now making a Terraria game.
That's insane.
It all depends. Like, I mean, how much budget are they willing to spend, and how much can you achieve with that? You know.
I know, but I mean, there must be something you can do different rather than just the 2D side scroller pressing a button to kill these enemies, finish the game, bam, that's it.
Right.
I mean, look at Notch. Like he made Minecraft in his spare time.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it's it's a very basic game still, but look what it is now, and look how much money he's got now, and look at the studio he's developed, and I don't know. I just don't want 2D side scrollers anymore.
I still love my 2D side scrollers. I still.
I mean, I can like some of them, yeah, but I mean, the amount of them that get released, I just. And I mean, we keep given them on Plus, and it's like, really? Another one? We're like begging for games on the PS4 at the moment, and what we're getting is 2D indie games that we played on the PS3 that got ported over that you can pay £12 for or get on PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, that's why if you look at the screen here, it should be streaming through.
Yeah.
This is Star Citizen. This is my hangar.
Sweet.
Wow.
Look at that shit, man.
Yeah. Then this is my ship. Oh, where'd it go?
Hey Theo, I bet you Ramon is like, hey guys, you want to see my ship when he's at work?
Hey, you want to see my ship? I can't fly it yet. I can't fly it yet because they haven't released that part of the game yet. But but I can get in. I can sit in the cockpit and show you guys everything. You know?
Oh, that looks stunning.
Yeah. You know, I can't wait till they get all of it out. You know what I mean? I do this at least once a day. Just so you know. It's like when you have a really nice car in the driveway, you just go and you can't drive it. Until you put insurance on it. You just go outside and just sit in the car for a couple hours. You know?
Whacking off.
Oh, hold on. I went back in. Back here is the little bed area. Let's crawl in there. For exploring, you can go to sleep, log out.
Oh, wow.
Because of the lack of games on PS4 at the moment, can you guess what I've been playing? Take a wild guess. One guess each.
On the PS3?
Nope.
I'm going to say Most Wanted, the last one that came out.
Nope.
Oh, Flappy Birds.
No.
SimCity.
Nope.
He said Flappy Birds.
Animal Crossing on the 3DS.
Oh, nice.
That's what I resorted to, because there's absolutely nothing to play.
Yeah.
Like, I can only play so much GTA because they haven't added anything to it.
Yeah, and the great thing is when I buy my next ship, it's gonna upgrade me to a better hangar.
Oh, right.
I guess one that actually has like a butler or something with a clean floor.
When would they have sessions where you can actually go on flights?
It should be coming out this month, towards the end of this month. You know, they're calling it's actually gonna be a dogfighting module. So it's gonna be sort of like a quick match style thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where you're gonna be able to like pair up against other people, and quick match. You know, they'll put everybody into like a limited space, and you just fly around shooting each other. But it's basically just to check the pitch, roll, and yaw of the ships to make sure that they're responding. Is to check basically the physics, so people can really kind of put it through its paces. You know, because my particular ship has 8 maneuvering thrusters all around the outside. You know, and so every time you take a hit of damage, if it's where a maneuvering thruster is, you lose a little bit of maneuverability.
Wow. I saw like an episode of The Next Great Starship.
Yeah.
They they were critiquing the various designs and stuff, and these guys are very strict, like very strict. I mean, they were going through the weapon designs, the color schemes. This game is going to be crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them are pretty crazy. You know, but yeah, that one's a single crew ship, and I plan on getting like a multiple crew ship, eventually. You know, explore the galaxy with my homies. You know. Yeah, man. I just, I don't know, man. It's crazy when I look at the state of gaming as it is right now. I'm pretty excited for it, but I just wish like certain things like wouldn't hold it back. If like you said, if developers would take a little bit more risk, to diversify the type of games that they put out.
Yeah.
Because it's already been shown that people want different style games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Somebody makes a procedural-based, 2D side-scroller, procedurally created 2D side-scroller. Then all of a sudden, there's 50 more of them out there. Come on, give me something different. I can only play roguelite so many times in so many different names. I can only play, Braid so many times with so many different names. You know what I mean? I just give me something different.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if something isn't different, then I don't even mess with it. I don't even mess with it. It's like, I've got a bunch of crazy games on my library. That's because Humble Bundle comes up and it's like, hey, look, 10 games for $4.
If a few of them start to take the risks, then I'm pretty sure others will kind of follow the idea. I don't know. I just want. You know how when there were a lot of new different things being tried with the PS2 and kind of just when the PS3 started coming out, and they eventually just kind of just stuck the whole generation with the same types of games.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was a million different types of games on the PS2.
Yeah.
2D fighters, 3D fighters, you know what I mean? First-person shooters, 2D side-scrollers. They still were people were still making like isometric, like two-stick shooters.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Just a million different types of games, and these were games made by just everybody. Then all of a sudden, it's got to be an independent company to make something like Castle Crashers.
Yep. Yep.
Sony's got to go out on their own to make like Planet Side 2 because they couldn't really get any of their. You know what I mean? Nobody would make a game like that.
Mm.
You look at it, and people say free to play games. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness, free to play games, they can't be that good. Come on, man. Some of the best free to games out there right now are free to play games.
Yeah.
Games like Warframe, Planet Side 2, Hawken. These games are freaking amazing.
Mm.
And you got games that, some people take risks. Some people. But not enough.
Yeah.
Like what's the company that made Chivalry?
Chivalry. Yeah, I've actually got that, but I haven't tried it out yet.
It's Call of Duty with swords. It's
Chivalry with a wolf.
But it's different. It's what I mean. It's a different type of game, and when you play it, it's got a funky addictiveness to it.
I was saying, Infamous Second Son. Since the beginning, Infamous hasn't had any multiplayer idea. I was thinking, how great would an Infamous game be with multiplayer? Like, you literally have a power skill tree that you keep unlocking new powers with, and new abilities with those powers, and the amount, like they were saying, there's hundreds of different powers that you can get in the game. They've set the game up to be a brilliant multiplayer game, but they've just left it gaping a massive hole, asking for multiplayer.
I think next one would definitely venture into that.
They need to, because they released a single player game that took 10 hours for full price, and they say, oh yeah, we'll update content over time. It'll last 5 hours. Actually, no, it took me 5 minutes to do one of the missions. Like. I sold it after I completed it. I just.
You sold it?
Yeah, I sold it. I got it on the Friday, and Friday afternoon I started playing it. Played it all Saturday. Sold it on Sunday.
Wow.
There was nothing to do. It's a completionist game, so they make it very easy to get everything. I managed to 100% my first profile by the beginning of Saturday. And then it took me to do my epic playthrough, which is the hardest difficulty. To do my epic playthrough, it took me 5 hours.
Jeez.
Holy cow!
And by that I had the platinum, and then I could just not play anything on it. There's no side missions after you complete it because you've done them all. You know, the randomly generated ones are people holding up signs. You hit them, and that's an objective complete.
Oh, come on.
That is one of the side missions. And like, there's another conduit, as they call them, or bioterrorist, on the floor in like this little case, helpless, getting kicked to death by people. You either go to them and save them or kill them. And once you save them, the people that were kicking them start cheering at you.
Wow.
And then they go.
Hold on 1 second.
It's just... I can't believe they got away with selling it. And people were attacking Titanfall for being multiplayer only.
Yeah.
That would have had more play value than Infamous, because you can keep doing it and keep leveling up and keep unlocking new things. And whereas Infamous, you've done it all in a weekend.
Yeah, how many people bought that Metal Gear tutorial?
I'm not into Metal Gear. I didn't buy it.
But you know what I mean? How many people bought that?
Yeah.
You know, it's gamers that give gamers a bad name. You know what I mean?
I've been saying that for a while too. It's like, if we don't support these things, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, I haven't played Elder Scrolls Online, but from what I hear, it's hot garbage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They spent all that money making that when they could have been making, I don't know, Fallout 4. You know? Everybody says that Elder Scrolls Online is hot garbage, and I mean, I haven't played it myself, but I mean, I take this word from people that I trust, you know, their opinion on games. You know? I just can't believe it. They spent all that money and time developing and hyping up this game, and then when they release it, everybody's like, oh yeah, no, that's not very good. And then they have the nerve to try and come out with a subscription model instead of going free to play.
The craziest model ever, that. Did you see how much they were charging?
It's like $50 for the game, and then like $15 a month, or you know what I mean, like US. It's come on. You know, that time is over. That ship has sailed.
It's over, man. Especially you have free-to-play games everywhere now. You have so many games now. Like, you can't do that anymore.
However, if they would have released a game and then microtransaction the hell out of it, I bet you many people would hop on it.
I think so too.
Question about microtransactions, actually, because I had to discuss this earlier in the video. I just want to know what your guys' thoughts are on it. If they release a full-price game and they then add microtransactions onto it, which are extremely expensive, so say you have to pay £120 to get a car, or you can spend 10 hours, would you be okay with that or not? Like the fact that the microtransactions are there, but they're ridiculously expensive.
As long as it wasn't pay to win.
That's what I mean. Like,
if you're gonna get look, the game that I play right now, Hawken, you can spend your own money and unlock a gun now for this particular mech that you get, or you can play for 10 hours and prestige your mech and unlock the gun.
Yep.
You know, either way, I'm okay with, as long as the person who's paying is not getting a different gun.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's how I was, because the crew has got microtransactions and it's a full price game.
Yeah.
And people instantly came to attack it, saying they're not going to buy it, they're not going to support it, that sort of thing. And the way I looked at it, before I jumped any guns, I was kind of like annoyed that I saw microtransactions in a game I've been looking forward to for 10 years. But when I read in, there's a level kind of thing. You can only buy upgrades for your cars with real money or with cash. Obviously, it will take you longer with the in-game cash.
Right.
So there's a level system in it, meaning if you're level 1, you can't buy a level 30 part until you get to level 30. So you've still got to do the process of getting to that. So that I'm okay with. The same with GTA Online. You can either buy money in the game or grind a mission to get that money. It's the same currency. But I mean, the reason I'm happy with that at the same time is because that's funding the game to be supported for longer. Because
Yep.
GTA is a very good example. Every month they're releasing, new content for it, new cars, new missions, new everything. So that's benefiting me for people that that have as much time or have more money to throw away.
Did they release those heists yet?
No, but that's coming in the spring update. But since then, since the release, they've added the content creator that allows you to create capture events and new cars and new clothes.
Right.
So I'm happy with having microtransactions in that because it helps me.
I'm like, as far as cosmetic microtransactions, I'm 1,000,000% for them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, if you want to customize the way your particular person looks, dresses, walks, whatever, charge them for everything. If you have a taunt that, charge them for the taunt. I don't care. As long as nothing that they pay for gives them an edge.
Yeah. I mean, with Minecraft on consoles, that annoys me. They sell skin packs for Minecraft, and they've also recently added a new idea in. On the menu, you can choose a texture pack to use on the game, and there's only one that you get for free, but it doesn't tell you that. So you select the texture pack, you go into the game, you build something, and the only way you can save the game is by paying for that texture pack. If you don't, you will lose everything you've just built.
Oh man.
Because you used a custom texture pack.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I came across it the other day because my friends don't have PCs and whatever. So I went, this texture pack looks cool. I'll use this, and it says you can't save. I was like, well, I'm glad I found that out before I started building.
And that's on the Xbox?
Xbox and PS3.
Oh my goodness.
It's crazy.
That's silly.
It is very silly.
Because to upgrade my skin, all I gotta do is just go.
Exactly. Go onto the website and upload it. Once you get a texture pack, you can just download a RAW file, put it in your Minecraft folder, and bam, there you go. It's ridiculous.
Done deal.
I made my own texture pack. It's just, you just open, Photoshop and color in a few blocks, and then you got your own texture pack. It's like, wow, they're getting away with that, and people are buying them.
That's the main thing, is they're gonna get away with it as long as people keep doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's their own fault for buying Minecraft on console anyway.
Like I said, I really don't have a problem with cosmetic microtransactions. Honestly, you know what I mean? The only ones that I have a problem with are the pay-to-win ones. That's it. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be able to pay to level up your character. You know what I mean? If that's part of the grinding process and an RPG style games.
Yeah, Need for Speed World it screams it that game. It took me literally. So I woke up, played the game all day, went to sleep. Need for Speed World. For 2 days, it took me to get a mid-range car, or I can pay £5 in game money to get that same car. It's just. If that car cost £50 on the site, then yeah, that's okay. That's one way I've been looking at it differently recently. Forza, when people were attacking that one car for being 40 quid, they weren't looking at it in that way. It's just
40 quid,
40 quid. Yeah. But what actually, it wasn't to buy the car. It was actually to buy credits in the game. Enough credits to buy that said car, which you can either earn by playing the game or buying money.
Yeah.
So in that way, it kind of makes sense because you need to be a certain level to drive the car, and they don't explain it enough on the website. So they just say to make you go, this is unacceptable, and keep reading more articles about it and giving them more clicks and.
Well, that's in Hawkins. You can spend your own money. You can buy a mech for, I don't know, what about $10, $12 or so in-game currency. It's the equivalent if you buy it, or you can actually grind it out.
Yeah.
And earn enough in-game currency to buy the mech that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I have no problem with somebody doing it either way. If somebody plays a game and they look and they're like, hey, this sharpshooter looks really nice, I want to unlock this, go for it. You know what I mean? As long as there's somebody has a way to earn that same mech in game.
Yep. Yeah.
You know?
Yes, that's
It's like one of the guys that we play with. He spent his own cash to buy in-game currency to get a mech called like the G2 Assault, which is a pretty badass mech. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to save up enough in-game currency, you know, by grinding it out, playing match after match, getting my daily win bonuses and everything like that, to get that same mech.
Yeah.
You know, and that's my plan, is to get that same mech, and then you got to put different internals and everything like that. But when you get down to it, it can be kind of daunting. But you can go either way. You can spend your own cash, which gets converted in game into what do they call them, like meteor credits, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can grind out in the game and earn Hawken credits. With every win, every kill, every victory, every team victory, every objective earns you Hawken credits, in-game credits. Or you can spend your own money to get meteor credits. And so then, I have no problem with those either way.
There's some games that push it too far. As I said, Need for Speed World, right? I could play for, as I said, 2 days, 2 full days, I don't know, 24 hours, whatever you want to call it. Because obviously I need to sleep. So I got a car that cost, I don't know, 1 million credits in the game, which is a mid-range car. Somebody that puts money onto the game can put £5 on the game, and then they can buy a random car pack, which gives them like 10 cars. And they're all better than the one I've just earned. That's what annoys me. Like, on their cars, not only that, they're fully upgraded and fully kitted out, ready to go.
Yeah, see, that's things that they shouldn't do.
Yeah, that's like, Need for Speed World is mainly for the people in like Asia and so on that don't buy Need for Speed every year. So it was just trying to milk on the people like me that wanted the customizing of our cars and so on by charging us for parts rather than, being able to earn most of them in game. There's some parts you have to actually buy with real money. They have this thing called the carless rotation. There's some cars you can't buy unless you pay. And
oh, see, that I can't stand it.
Yeah.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, see, because in Hawkins, even if you buy the mech, you've still got to upgrade it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're getting the base model. There's no CD player, air conditioning, nothing. You've got to put all the options in it. You got to tint your own windows and, I mean, I don't know the name of all the little gadgets and stuff. I mean, they all do different things, like energy converters and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But you still got to get all that. And the great thing is like every week or so they'll have a different like mech on a preview. So you can drive that mech fully kitted out. As a preview. But then when you buy it, you don't get none of that shit. You start out with the basic one. But you can test drive it as a fully decked out mech.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I said, microtransactions are a fine line.
They need to get it right. Like there's.
They can even make like if they're done right.
But who decides if they're done right is the community of that particular game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the people who played Hawkins before me, because I'm still a relatively new player. So the people who played it in alpha and decided that this is how the game should go and everything else like that, these are how the transactions will probably work best. Then those people, they're responsible for the way the game is now, and I'm thankful for them because they ended up making a pretty good game. And so when they add more mechs and they add more things in the future, it'll still follow the same model as right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you go on the flip side on another game that I'm like, in early on, like Star Citizen. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to run
I'm
You know,
very curious about that actually.
you know what I mean? They haven't actually said anything because they said there is going to be microtransactions. You know what I mean? I bought my ship. You know what I mean? I bought my hangar. Now I know there's going to be, I know I can upgrade my guns and maybe my engine, and I can put like the tow package and the fuzzy dice or whatever. Now it's just a matter of what other things are they going to add in as far as like microtransactions. You know what I mean? And will those same things going to be available by just grinding out in the game? I think that's the key thing about microtransactions, is that whatever a person buys with cash, with real money, with real world money, should be able to be gotten through a dedicated person grinding out. And with a reasonable amount of time of comparison, though, as well. I mean, obviously, if somebody pays like $100, to buy a Starship, in real
There's
game.
no way you're grinding that out, Ramon. No way.
Right, I shouldn't be able to grind that out and buy it in one day of gaming.
No way. You're gonna have to do that for like a month.
You know what I mean? So I mean, as long as there's a reasonable, balance, I guess, or a scale. There we go, a scale to microtransactions and in-game grinding. As long as there's a reasonable scale. So
we're like Warframe, double like War Farm.
Right. Exactly, War Farm. Where you gotta go and get your weapon parts, and then you gotta wait 14 hours of real time while the stupid forge is making your gun.
You have to wait for your weapons to be nourished by the weather.
Yeah.
Literally farming weapons, like.
You gotta fertilize them and.
Oh, Ramon, but that is just. I mean, I'm sorry, but I can't give that a pass. Like, why did they do that? Like, okay, like Theo, right? In Warframe, you have this. When you go into your foundry, and you start building your weapon.
Yeah.
You can pay to have it built immediately, or you have to wait like 11 or 12 hours, like.
Yeah, like
that's crazy. I've gone through all this trouble to find the material, and now you want to charge me to have it use it immediately, like.
That is yeah. But I mean, it's the Facebook games that cause that kind of thing. Like,
how badly do you want your gun right now?
Yeah.
Are you willing to pay $1.99?
So, Animal Crossing actually does the same thing. Funnily enough, like you wake up every day, you've got to pull the weeds out of the ground. It's like a Facebook game, and once you've kind of like dug up all the fossils and got all the good fish out of the water for that day, you kind of got to do literally nothing. So you got to close and wait 24 hours for the next day to come around and do all that stuff over it. That's what you literally do, just to save bells, as they call them, to pay back a loan for a house upgrade that you didn't want. Like that's. I think Nintendo's the cause for this. Let's blame them. Animal Crossing caused the microtransaction waiting game. Did you see that the iOS and Android game? I can't remember what it's called. But Total Biscuit made a video on it, and it was like you had to mine out these blocks to kind of build your own dungeon keeper or something for it. And what you had to do is you could dig up like 5 in a day or something, and if you wanted to dig any more, it would take over 24 hours to mine one, or you would have to pay like £5 to mine one block, when you need to mine like 5 to build a room. And the only objective was to build the rooms.
And it'll only allow you to mine 4 blocks, huh? The 5th one.
It like 24 hours to wait for a block to mine.
Oh man,
that is insane. Well, look, it's a great business model though. You make something that's addictive.
Yeah.
Right. See, they learned the idea from like crack dealers. You know what I mean? They give away the first one. So you go out and you get to mine your game and get into your game, and then all of a sudden, now you gotta pay. You know what I mean? It's just one of those horror stories they used to tell us when we were kids, talking about how that's how drug dealers work. Now it's gaming companies. It's like, you know what? The first level's free and it's crazy fun, but if you want to get to level 2, you've got to pay money.
Free weekends.
Right. You know, and I mean it's great for them.
Yeah, for them.
You know? It's like what's the game that all those people play on Facebook? The Switch puzzle.
Candy Crush.
Yeah. Yeah. They can only play like 2 levels a day or something, and then they have to pay. You know, whatever it is. I don't even know I don't even know how it works. But they get like a certain number of chances or coins or something. Is that how it works?
I think you get a certain number of lives.
Right. You know what I mean? And then like that's why everybody gets a million requests from it from all their friends, because you know, the more requests that they send out to their friends, the more chances they get per day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. It's like I get like 50, 60 requests a day, and it's like, are you people actually putting cash into essentially what is just Bejeweled?
Yeah. Yeah.
So addictive though.
It works.
You can get Bejeweled for like $4.
Yeah.
But it's different, Ramon. This is candy.
Right. You know,
But those games, they're scary because you're paying to just remove another block. Like, you need to move that extra block. You need to pay to do that thing. I just don't get it.
Look, I mean, I'm telling you, that's the model that EA is going to go with like FIFA, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna let you play the first half.
Your player gets injured, you gotta wait 24 hours or pay.
No, you get to play the first 45 minutes of the game, but if you want to play the second half after halftime, you know what I mean? You gotta pay money. You know.
And they'll still pay for it.
Yes, each time.
Like
and then you get
trading players is gonna cost you money as well. I have to see that really happen for you.
And then you get was it the parents on like Eurogame every now and again saying, my son spent £3,000 on FIFA. Stop this.
Yes.
Why for one is he accepting these things? He must read. He's about 15 years old. Surely he reads before he spends money on the card. And it's like
I want to try something with with EA, right? I want to get an internship at EA. Like, hey, I want to be on your FIFA microtransaction division. Because what I'm going to do to that game is I'm going to make people pay out their ass, because I'm going to release star players, and then I'm going to release star players with different haircuts. So here's
Oh man.
Here's Ronaldinho with short hair, and see how many people buy that transaction just to say that they got it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make people with long hair that had never had long hair, like Frank Lampard. You know what I mean? It's
That is actually a good idea, to be honest.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how many people would buy it? Hey, here's a texture of him young. He still plays like he does now, but he looks like he did 10 years ago.
Oh,
you know how many people would buy that?
Yeah. I mean, I've got some friends that are really into like the Ultimate Team thing, where they're buying and selling players and putting money into the game and so on. And they know what they're doing, but they still do it. Like every week, they're putting in like £10 to the game to get some players in the game that they're eventually going to sell for in-game coins. And then they're going to need more money on the game because they've lost like coins in that transaction or lost games or something. You know.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. You paid £40 for it on the PS3, and then you sold it for like £10 and bought the PS4 version this year as well. And not only that, you put £10 on credit on the game as soon as you got it. You do that every week of your life. Jeez. They're making so much money from people. I can't
couldn't
believe
s-
it.
I couldn't see spending, £10. That's the equivalent of like $18 a week on
That's
one
what I mean,
game
like,
every week.
No, no
well,
way.
it's like I don't know why they do it, but they just do. They know they're doing it as well. I'm like, why would you do that? Just earn it in the game. Like, they wouldn't you rather have fun playing the game and just like, no, you can't do it, so I just buy it on here. It's like that shouldn't be a valid excuse. But the problem is there's only one football game that's popular.
Right.
I mean, Pez isn't doing too well.
It used to be such a better game. You mean Pro Evolution used to be so much better than FIFA back in a while back, and then they just dropped the ball. Konami just couldn't keep up. They just got. For the longest time, it's like if anybody asks you, so what would you rather play, FIFA or Pro Evolution? Pro Evolution, and it's got everything on it.
Yeah, I mean now if you say to them,
it had the better models, it had the better gameplay, and they just took a shit.
It was mostly gameplay though. Like their gameplay was just so much better. Like.
But I mean, if you ask them today, why do you choose FIFA over PES? They say Ultimate Team is the reason they choose FIFA, and they're saying that, but that's just a way for EA to milk them. So they're saying they choose this game over the other because they want to give them money.
When I first saw them do like a trial version of the Ultimate Team, I think it wasn't FIFA 10 or FIFA 11. I'm not sure which one.
No, they did it quite early on. They sold it as DLC though.
yeah, it was early on.
They sold Ultimate Team as DLC.
I totally know where this is going. I just knew it.
Yeah, they sold Ultimate Team as DLC for the first game, so you paid to pay for players on the game.
Jeez.
I can't remember which one it was. Like in the United States, I can't remember if it was 12 or if it was 13. But like half the clubs were locked. You know what I mean? Like you could play as like the British clubs and like the German clubs, but you couldn't play any of the Spanish clubs, any of the clubs from like Argentina. You know what I mean? Or any of the other like. It's like, how do you expect me to play a proper game? You know what I mean? And I couldn't understand it.
Did you see the iOS version? What they did with that, with like the newest one? I think it was like what they did. The last game you had to pay on the Android market or the App Store or whatever for the game, but now. They said they made it free, and everyone was like, "Oh, this is awesome! The next game is free on iOS, so I can do my Ultimate Team on the phone and so on." But no, what you do, you download it, you go onto the game, and it says, "Please pay." It's like, wow.
Also, in the store it says free, but when you actually, that is ridiculous.
And they get away with it, and nobody complains.
EA, man. EA is just so funny.
That's just gangster, man. It really is. You know what I mean? Hey, it's free. Yeah, go ahead, download it. Oh, you actually want to play something? What, you forget we were EA?
You got to pay.
That is insane, man. That is completely insane. How does a company get away with doing something like that?
Because they're EA.
Yeah. Because they'll go, oh, you know what, might as well just pay for it.
They've got like a huge monopoly on the industry, man. They're just running things. Alright guys, I've got like a quick question I want to ask you about YouTube. How do you guys feel about YouTube gaming community? Or should I say gaming sector? In general.
Just the community in general, or can I go on a rant about YouTube as a whole?
You can go on a rant.
I'll let Theo take this one first. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So I'm just going to talk about the base design of YouTube. The whole idea of YouTube is to get the videos out there, make them popular, or whatever. They're supposed to help people and so on. But if you noticed, the first thing that you see on YouTube's homepage is PewDiePie or Ray William Johnson or the top people. The system is designed so that if you're at the top and you're getting a lot of views and likes on those videos, it will push you onto the front page.
So you're saying that YouTube has a machine where where they take people that are initially popular and just bulk them up like.
Exactly. I mean, what they did originally is they based it off views, but then people started just putting pictures of boobs in thumbnails, and it was just some guy sat there ranting about why he dislikes a FIFA team or something. So they kind of changed that and made it so that when you click that video and you watch that video for a long time, you like, you share, you comment, that all helps move that video up in the list.
Oh, okay.
So YouTube then sees that video is popular, must mean that people like that video. We'll put it on the front page. We'll put it on suggested videos, and we'll put it everywhere. So that video gets more views and more money, and yeah, everybody's happy because it must be good because a lot of people are watching it. So that means the guys at the bottom are getting absolutely nothing.
I can get some. I get the logic to that. Like I don't see.
I understand, but I mean,
it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy
in there.
Like, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly. That's why PewDiePie is the most subscribed person on YouTube, 25 million subscribers, and second to him is like 11 million. It's insane. I mean, it's not his fault. It's YouTube's fault. It's not it's not an issue at all. But I mean, they should at least come up with a system in where it shares smaller creators every now and again to people.
I've got a suspicion, right? Like I've always been thinking that all of those subscription numbers are not necessarily true. Just a slight suspicion I've got with YouTube. I think YouTube is into some shady stuff where they bulk it up like when you're a company online, you want to have a persona that you are the place where people come to.
Yeah.
And I think there's some shady stuff going on with YouTube where they project themselves like with crazy sub counts on certain accounts, just to make it seem as if like this is the place to be. I mean, seriously, 25 million.
It would make sense because I mean, a lot of people leaving the industry now just want to make YouTube videos and so on because they think they know how to make the system work and so on, and it just doesn't happen. And I mean, you see like all the amount of advertising that's moved from TV to now YouTube for games and everything. I mean, on the homepage you get advertising from games to a new pair of shoes that you can buy. I mean, they're happy with anything. I get adverts for makeup sometimes. Like, it's just obviously when they see those higher numbers and like I don't know. We don't know all the numbers and how much they have to pay for advertising and so on, but
I don't I honestly think YouTube is faking a lot of stuff. Like YouTube, Google, I don't know what they're into, but I just feel that way. I mean, take for example, you have guys like with the millions of subscribers, right? And they're only getting like 1 million views on the videos.
Yeah.
Consistently, something is wrong somewhere.
I don't know about that. Like I know of like some people who come inactive over time, but I mean you don't drop that much, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, 25 million subs and he gets about 2-3 million views a video.
That's weird.
No.
There's no way that's right. I mean, especially when he got the 20 million subs over the past year.
Oh,
20 million people won't just drop off the face of the earth, in a year. I mean, at least a quarter of them should still be there. It just.
Not everybody does what I do. See, I go back into my subscription list and I unsubscribe from a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know.
There's a few guys that I've unsubscribed to, that I don't know, like guys like Review Tech, Heart 8, just guys like that. I really don't know why I subscribed to them in the beginning. You know what I mean?
In the community.
It's not a dig against them or anything like that. I just don't know why I subscribed to them in the beginning when they don't put up the type of content that I actually enjoy watching. You know what I mean? And so that's what it basically boiled down to. You know what I mean? I appreciate that these guys go out and they do certain things, and some of them are entertaining. Like somebody will link me to certain ones every now and then, and it's entertaining. But for the most part, I had to go through and I had to unsubscribe from guys like El Presidor, because it was just like that was back when your subscriptions actually came up on your main page of YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm thinking as well. I'm thinking YouTube works somewhat how Facebook does. Do you run a Facebook page, any of you?
Not an independent one, just my personal.
Right.
Me.
Okay. So when you run a Facebook page, once you get over 100 likes on your page, you basically post something, and it goes out to 10% of the people that have liked your page.
Mm-hmm.
And the way to get it to the rest of them is by putting money into Facebook, giving them money. And it's like 5, 10, 20, 30, all the way up to like £100 you can give them to share a post with more people.
With people who liked your page.
With people that like your page.
Well, why doesn't it just go out to everybody automatically?
Exactly. It's because they can make money off it. So I'm thinking maybe YouTube works that same way. Like the subscription box. It must, because I mean, the amount of people that say they don't get the videos, and it's still not fixed. It seems like such a simple thing to be able to fix. Because all it is taking a video that's been uploaded to that site anyway, putting it on the main page. I don't see the difficulty there. But for some reason, people message me every single day saying they don't get my videos, they don't get my videos, they don't get my videos. Yeah. There must be like a hidden cost I'm not seeing where I've got to. Maybe I'm just not making enough money for them advertising-wise, while someone else is making more. I don't know.
Well, I did notice for a while. You know, I mean, I guess I was getting guys like Hard 8's videos, but I wasn't seeing like a 3 kilobytes video that came up. You know what I mean? But maybe because they were putting out like one video, you know, every other day or so, and he was putting out 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it was just being pushed down the list. I don't really know, because I don't know how YouTube, you know, decides what was going to be in the front and what's not. You know, I don't know, man. Like I said, it all seems a little shady that when people who work hard on their channels can't get any kind of.
That's what annoys me, because I'm trying to do a racing channel.
Right, and I've seen your content, and and you put up quality stuff. You know, and you
can show a lot of work goes into your stuff. Like.
Yeah.
Your SimCity playthroughs. I mean, I watched about an hour of your 12-hour Need for Speed run. I just couldn't watch the whole thing. That was just ridiculous. You know
I was a live stream, so I don't think.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But I just couldn't. You know, but it's just a matter of like. So you see people that are working hard on their stuff, and then you have other people who are clearly, you know, they don't play games. All they do is regurgitate news stories and things like that. Yeah. And these people have got 100,000 subscribers.
Crazy, man.
I mean, once you get the slow increase of subscribers, and it kind of picks up over time. I mean, for me, that's more difficult, because I'm not putting something out there that a lot of people will search. I mean, not a lot of people like racing games. That's why racing games are at the top of YouTube. I mean, you see Call of Duty channels with 6 million, 7 million, 8 million subs.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't see Need for Speed. I mean, you see some, I don't know, maybe
racing
channels.
Is very niche.
Yeah, racing is very small. So what the problem I have is, because it's such a small number of people that actually search for it. When, say, a big YouTuber, like a Call of Duty YouTuber, is paid to put a Need for Speed video out, that gets more views than my whole channel altogether straight away, pushing my videos down even further, and they were paid to put that video up anyway because of YouTube's logic. And what they do is that they do 5 minutes of gameplay of them crashing into every wall possible, and then they get, you know, all the subscribers and all the views and everything. And I get pushed out to the side again, and I have to build up gradually again and try and attack the search results after the game has died down.
Right.
Just irritating. There's got to be a way for them to kind of at least go half and half, rather than saying the best should be given more.
Right. Well, exactly. So they do the best should be given more. See, here's what happens. The next Need for Speed comes out. You get it day one. A guy like Total Biscuit gets it day one. Right?
Yeah.
And so he has a review-style channel. You have a gaming channel. So you'll play the game, and you'll put up several playthroughs. He'll put up his initial thoughts and a little bit of a playthrough, and that'll be it. His one video will get as much as your entire series on that racing game.
I have 1.4 million views in total on my channel. 1.4 million. Maybe 2 of his videos will take down my whole channel.
Right, because when somebody puts in, if I was to put in a search and be like, Need for Speed game, blah, 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 it would show me his and not your channel. Right.
Because he's got more views. He's at the top.
But you don't understand, right? There's like a hierarchy to this. Once you're within that hierarchy, it's like the machine just takes over, man.
Yeah.
It takes over.
PewDiePie actually had an advantage. It was... there was a video about it. Basically, PewDiePie started off, where was it? Sweden, I think it was.
Yeah.
So he started uploading videos in Sweden, meaning his videos are shared to, like, the people that speak his language. And then he moved to England. So then his videos were shared with a lot of people because a lot of countries speak English. And then he moved to America, which his videos were shared around him in America. And along with that, at the same time as that, the new system was switched on, in where more views means you make better content, so your videos get shared in that area more. And because he'd been saying he'd lived in 3 different places in the past year, he blew up in all those areas, like pretty much covering the whole map.
Yeah.
So there you go. To master YouTube, just keep moving countries. Like, I don't know. There needs to be a way for them to kind of go half and half with it, because they're killing smaller channels before they've even begun. Like,
right.
People will want to start a YouTube channel, and the only way for them to get up there is by uploading very, very mainstream games like Call of Duty, and still, not getting as high as the others ever will, because the top guys are already there, like Ali A, or I don't even know who else there is, T-Martin, or whatever his name is.
Right. Not to say that these guys have put in the work.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But the system afterward has been rigged so that nobody else can get it.
Well, because now they're at the top, they get 1 million views a video or whatever.
Right.
Us smaller, like, as soon as they upload one Need for Speed video, as soon as they upload one, I don't know, Mech Warrior video, they are straight to the top because of their viewers that subscribe to them, all clicking that video.
What it is? It's like the model that YouTube is using now. It's more similar to the television model.
Yeah.
Where the original YouTube, which was like broadcast itself, was like more social. Anyone like there were times, because I remember the old YouTube. There were times where even I ended up on the front page. Like, this is back when I was doing something totally different. Like, friends of mine were oh my god, you're on the front page. Like there was a lot more randomness to it.
Yeah.
But once the advert revenue started coming in, they knew, look, we're gonna have to go into these categories that we have: science and technology, gaming, whatever, and we need to find stars within those categories that we can use as a poster child for advertisers. That's what it literally became. So they went into all these subcategories. You could go into every category on YouTube, and I assure you're gonna find like a list of stars within that category that are. And if you see the advertising that goes with them, it's insane, man.
The easiest way to get up there at the minute seems to be doing news articles, because everybody's doing that now and getting paid from it. But I mean,
well, because they put the catchy title.
That's what I mean.
So Sony loses, 12 million players, or 12 million, you know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean?
There's no top person in that.
Sony gets hacked. John Carmack has a glass dildo. Who cares? You know what I mean? All these people, they're not making news themselves. It'd be one thing if these people were legit journalistic entities.
Yeah.
They're not. They're taking news that they're plagiarizing.
Yeah.
They're taking article that somebody else wrote on Kotaku or something else, and then they're just regurgitating it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be one thing if they went out and they interviewed people and they made news. Those people are legit journalists, and the people who do things like that don't get any kind of traction anyway, because normally they're trying to maintain their journalistic integrity, and it's not biased one way or another. They're not saying, hey, look, Facebook bought Oculus, eat a dick, Microsoft, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like, I can't believe some people are just, they look at this and they're like, oh, you're a journalist or whatever. It's like, that's why I had to unsubscribe from like guys like Review Tech, and they, because if you watch, and I don't know if you noticed this, but if you watch them, you can literally see how the news is passed from one guy to the next.
It is.
You know what I mean?
It is, man.
You can
BG started to do it as well.
Right, so you see guys like Broken Games, and then he puts up a story. He puts up a story, and then Hard 8's gonna put up a story.
Yeah.
Then your Review Tech's gonna put up a story. You know what I mean? And then Icy Rhythms, and you know what I mean, and all these other guys. It just follows down the line, and it's like, could you guys stop reading news articles?
Yeah.
Just don't read the news articles. I mean, that's what they do. That's fine. That's their thing. But that's why I unsubscribed from a lot of those guys, because I want to see gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have jack shit for a channel. I probably have like maybe 10 videos, but most of them are just some crazy shit that probably happened. You know what I mean? It's just a little bit of fun that happened. I have no kind of production quality, as opposed to Vincent, who puts a lot of work and forethought into his things. Like, I was watching his video. It's like, who the hell is that talking in front of the video? He makes like a little intro and everything like that. And I was like, this is insane. I watched this Payday video.
I like to be random, like just be out there. Show a little like individuality with your work, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried, man.
How random it is.
I mean, I've tried to go to a thing where I put more time and effort into videos, but I've had to go back to uploading every day. And that's another problem with the YouTube idea as well. Once a video's been out for a month, it's pretty much dead.
Yeah.
So I was spending like a week on each video I was putting out, just to put some special effects all over it and everything. But that video would get exactly the same views as I would throwing out the same. Oh yeah, I don't throw them out. I don't rush them in any way. But I mean, I put much less time into them.
Right.
And I upload one every day now, and I still get, obviously I get more views, because before I would get 1,000 views for a video that took me a week, and now I get 1,000 views for a video that took me 2 hours,
right,
or 3 hours, or 4 hours. I just hate that, because there's people that, once again, all the Call of Duty YouTubers and everything at the top, they sit there. They hit record, they speak about the game, oh, he almost shot me, oh, he almost shot me, and upload 2 million views.
Yeah.
1 million more subscribers.
Yeah. Like this is what gets me with YouTube, right? Like not necessarily the whole views thing and how many people are like how much traffic you're bringing to your channel.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people like to use that to brag, but then I'm like, but look at the actual content of your work.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah. Like even McDonald's sells, but McDonald's is not good food. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a lot of guys on YouTube. They have the opportunity to do something unique and to bring gamers together in a whole different manner. Like think about it, guys. Like we're entering the age of the whole online internet gaming. Things are gonna change drastically. They have the opportunity to forge groups to interact with each other in a whole new different way that we've never done so before, like in past generations of gaming. But instead, they've come online and they're making it all about themselves. Like I just don't see where they think this is all going. Because look, if they think this is all going to last, they've got another thing coming, because it's all the facade, man. It's going to fall apart.
I have a plan as to what I'm going to do, because it's going to fall apart. It's not going to stay. I mean, there's going to be a point where YouTube is just replaced. So what I want to do is kind of build up the base with something that's not very popular, racing, and it's going to take me a very, very long time if I want to get anywhere near the higher end guys.
Right.
If I do get there, I might get to 100K and that might be it. because I've seen channels get to about 200k to do racing. But I mean, what I want to once I get to there, that's why I started to do face cam and kind of do vlogs and stuff as well on the channel, is because I want them to know me as kind of a person that does the racing stuff at least.
Yeah.
So eventually I might get invited to maybe to demo E3, and people will know my face there, and I don't know, so I'll be on stage for Need for Speed, just playing the game. Justine, I know a lot of people that like her, but I mean, she doesn't just do her YouTube stuff. She has she hosts the Call of Duty tournaments and stuff. So once YouTube goes away, she's still got the ability to host these shows and so on. I mean, you've got to kind of just branch out.
It's the mindsets for you, man.
That's why a lot of the guys who started on YouTube made their own website.
Yeah.
And things like that to kind of branch out, like what's the guys that do a Tech Syndicate, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like Tech Syndicate, they have their own website, but they do videos on YouTube, and so they able to just kind of branch out, so that way if something does happen to YouTube, they still have a place where people who are fans of theirs can go to. YouTube goes down, you know what I mean, like permanently, guys who don't have a secondary outlet to get their content out there are up shit's creek, you know what I mean? If you don't have your own website, if El Presador doesn't have his own website, he's going to go from making all that YouTube money he's making to nothing.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Yeah. And it's not even necessarily like YouTube going out, it's just that over the coming years, with these next-gen consoles and the ability to upload to YouTube, it's all going to get saturated. Those days are over. 2008, 9, 10, those years are done with. It's not going to be the same again. You might have a few celebs here and there on YouTube, which YouTube will always need, but it's the gamers, man. The gamers are coming onto YouTube with the wrong mindset. Like, they have this idea that, I'm going to follow this guy because he has so much number of reviews. I'm going to follow him. Like, I'm not going to link up with any of these other gamers because who are they? Like, they're nobody. That's the mindset people are coming onto YouTube with.
Right.
But I'm like, look, I don't care how many subs you have. I don't care how many views you get on your videos. If you're a gamer and we both get along, we like gaming, we're here to share that passion. But you have guys in groups where it's like they following this shepherd.
But a lot of people are also like really bigoted on YouTube.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean? A lot of people are really bigoted. Like, there's a couple of guys that I follow that are from like Sweden and Slovakia and other ones, and and their accents. Sometimes it's a little difficult to understand them, but I watch them because these guys put up like good content that I like. You know what I mean? But then I recommend that page to like a friend of mine, who clearly I've known for years since I was young, and they're just like, dude, I can't understand the guy. I'm not gonna watch him.
And that just reminded me of the whole race thing that was going on with Hard 8 and so on. Like they were saying race kind of changes how lucky you are on YouTube and so on.
That whole thing,
now that's a double-edged sword. Obviously both of you fellas, being a black man, probably have a slightly different angle. But from what I've seen, I don't really care what color somebody is. But but I'm not everybody. What I care about is how knowledgeable somebody is on what they speak about.
Yeah.
That right there is paramount to me. Like, I don't care what color you are. Like I said, I watch guys with fucked up accents because they know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? So as long as you can speak intelligently on the topic that you're trying to discuss, you put up good content, good gameplay, and
there's also one key thing they forgot. Like, they thought, like, when I was watching those videos that they were putting out during then, like the whole race issue, they forgot the issue of culture, man. There's let's be honest, there is definitely like a cultural gap in so many different aspects, like in terms of like comedy, what people find funny. Like, I've watched a few PewDiePie's videos and I'm like, what in the world is this? Like, am I supposed to like and there's people who genuinely find that funny. And I can't knock them because that's what they find funny, that's their taste. While as certain black subgroups, like
That's what I mean. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's certain
was
things going on, right?
Hard was one of the ones that was like really saying that yeah, okay, this raises a big deal and so on. But I mean, his videos would not appeal to a lot of people. He's got a picture of an arse in the corner to begin with.
To others, like I could see it. I could see that happening.
I mean, he always puts that picture in the corner of some random woman, and then he's talking about when he was in jail and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, that would, some people would find that interesting or whatever, but
like to me, like a lot of his videos and his views are very interesting to me because I want to know what black folks in the US are thinking,
Oh yeah, I watched a few of his videos, yeah, but I mean, a lot of them are just, I can't really, I don't know. I don't
cultural thing.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. It's very much a cultural thing.
Okay. Picture this. Okay, guys. Here's a little test, right? Can you picture someone like let's say Woody's gamer tag? What's his name? Woody's gamer tag, right?
Right.
Can you picture someone like him at home watching Hard 8 or any? See, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
It's a culture, or watching Jive Turkey.
Yeah.
So, like it's a cultural thing, man. I don't think it's necessarily.
No, it's not a race thing.
Hardcore racism. Like I just think there's certain things people find funny within their own cultural environment and setting. I mean, and like within the black culture. Like, okay, take for example, like the kids living in the suburbs, right?
Yep.
Like they may dabble in like the black culture and stuff, but it's only from like the reference of certain stereotypes. Like it's hard to explain, but it's just not hardcore racism. Like
it's not racism now.
Well, I always try to explain it to some of the people, and obviously I got drowned out by the thing. It's a percentage thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's definitely a percentage thing. Here in the United States, there's 300 million people plus, right? Like 13% of the population is black. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so, while, there are going to be people who exceed and get to the mainstream, you know what I mean? In anything, whether that to be TV, music, gaming, whatever. There's going to be a few breakouts, but you can't expect a majority of the breakouts to be from your culture. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a Hispanic American. You know what I mean? So I don't expect to see, if they have 10 panelists on a show, I don't expect to see 5 of them. I don't expect to see. Equal representation for me is having one Spanish dude up there. You know what I mean? Because I know how much of the actual society my culture is. My culture is only like 13-14% of the population as it is. You know what I mean? That's Hispanics. That's Spanish-speaking Americans. We're only 13% of the culture. It's unfair for me to expect to see if they have 10 judges for them to be 3 of them to be Hispanic.
Yeah, it's just not going to.
I think I look at it.
That's not equal representation. So as far as like so then going forward on entertainment, the fact that you have guys like Soldiers Knows Best and a few of the other like big YouTubers that happen to be black guys, that's about all that's going to break out.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
I think I look at
as far as like Americans. As far as Americans, I don't know how it is like in with cultures in the rest of the world, But as far as with Americans, that's pretty much going to be it. And I'm not saying, hey, take what you get and leave it at that. Everybody should strive to, to do better and excel and to be better YouTube personalities.
Yeah.
In the UK, we've got one. Like, his name is KSI.
Oh, KSI.
Yeah, and like Ramon, he's literally like, I can't think of any others. Like, can you, Theo? Because he's the only one I can think of. Like, Ramon, we've literally got only
KSI.
one.
The reason he's popular is because he screams at FIFA. Right?
Right, but like, what's the percentage representation that you have? You know what I mean, in your country? Oh, you know what I mean?
It's pretty high up there actually.
Well, see, hold on. Here's the other thing. Are black Englishmen that much different than white Englishmen culturally?
I can't really say as much because
Do you guys? Hold on. Okay, now, do you guys listen to different music
Oh.
from the rest of the? Do you guys watch different TV shows?
I listen to usually American artists.
Right, but you know what I mean. Do you? And so do the white English guys. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Is your culture that much different from the white Englishman as opposed to here in the United States, where my culture is slightly different than theirs?
With me, it's different because I grew up in a very white town. Like I went to a school with about 1,000 kids, and there must have been about 3 black kids included in that whole school.
Okay. Well, Vince,
There was token. The South
you live in
Park.
the city, right? Yeah, he's token. Vince, you live in the city, right? Vincent, you live in the city, right? You live in...
Yeah, I live in London. London.
Yeah,
is
you live in London.
London is like if you could picture like a steampunk movie with like every race imaginable.
Yeah. No,
I went to...
I've been there. Well, what I'm saying is like, culturally, are you guys different, or are you guys all basically have the same?
I spent like...
I remember when I went to visit England, you know what I mean? Because I spent high school in Germany because I was a military brat. You know, we went to England for 2 weeks for the playoffs for football for the DoD schools, the Department of Defense schools. We used to play against other American schools, and we had our playoffs in England. Yep. You know, which was pretty cool because I got like a week and a half off of school at the time, and we just went there for playoffs because it was middle of school week. And the people that I met that were there, that were, local, they didn't seem any different as opposed to when you come to the United States. You go into a quote-unquote black neighborhood, and it is drastically different from when you go into a, quote, white neighborhood or a Hispanic neighborhood. Culturally, we are very different as far as music, movies, television shows, the way we act within our family units, our, you know what I mean, and everything like that. It's all different, and not saying that anything is, better or worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's different. You know what I mean? Like, the way that I interact with my mother, my father, is different than the way white people do. My mother would knock my teeth out if, I saw these kids at the grocery store just yelling at their mom, and I was like, what the hell is wrong with these kids? You know what I mean? This little white boy over here yelling at his mom in the grocery store that he wants some Count Chocula. My mother would knock my damn teeth out.
Yeah. I spent a year or 2 in London for college, and I went to Lewisham College. So it was very different. But I wouldn't say it was like a white and black thing, because a lot of the white kids were also trying to do the same thing, like as the black kids at the school. Like, they were speaking the same, like...
it's very different, isn't it? It's kind of weird, like...
Yeah.
Alright, hold on, I gotta ask you a question, because this came up the other day in a chat we were having, and Vincent, don't laugh, but, Theo, do you like tea?
Tea? No, I don't like tea or coffee or anything.
He's a coffee guy. That's awesome. See, Vincent, all of you guys don't like tea. We were in a call the other day, and Vincent goes, why do all Americans think that we all love tea over here? And I was like, well, do you like tea? He goes, well, yeah, but still.
That's the truth, man.
So yeah, it's, I don't know, like I said, it's a cultural thing. It really is. It's like, from when, because even when I lived in Germany, there was a lot of Turkish refugees, and even culturally, they were not all that different from the actual Germans, there. You know, it just seems that, like, I don't know, maybe in Europe, like, everybody kind of meshes together just a little bit easier because of the type of society that you guys have. You know what I mean? Where it's you know, it's a sort of not socialist in a bad way, but you know what I mean, where it's more inclusive of everybody. Yeah. Whereas opposed to here in the United States, a lot of things are very exclusive.
Yeah, here, I mean, the only difference I would say is like central London, where it's like, well, not central, Lewisham and like areas like that are very different. But around the outside of like the rest of the UK, I'd say it's very similar.
Yeah, yeah. Like with the UK, it's more like a class system.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Not, it's like the race issue it's a lot more. It's not as overt as America. It's not. It's truly not. It's
right. So there's more of a class system. So if you're poor, it doesn't matter what color you are. You're just poor.
Yeah.
Right. Well, here you have in the United States, you have poor white people that look down on poor or middle class middle class. You know, black guys or middle class Hispanics. Like, you know, well, you're not white. It's like, yeah, but I make more money than you.
Yeah.
You know, I live a better life. My kids have all their teeth. You know? It's just like I said, it's like and so that might give you a little insight into why all these American, you know, black YouTubers felt that it was very racially motivated because of the type of society that we actually live in. But like you said, that there's, you know, there are breakouts. You know what I mean? Because they say, oh, they got to be mainstream. Well, yeah, you got to be mainstream. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Honestly, if Hard 8 was a white guy with a heavy Alabama country accent, he would have just as many views right now, and he would have the exact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't strive to be accepted by everyone, you'll only be accepted by by a few.
Because I went through looking at a few of the top YouTubers, and to be honest, a lot of them do have that Saturday morning TV clean cut persona. Like, a lot of them do have that.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself that you can't really complain when you're a bit more, you know, parental advisory type of a YouTuber.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not really purely just a race thing, like.
Yeah, like, I let my son watch YouTube, but he only watches a few YouTube channels. You know what I mean? I let him watch, have you ever heard of You Always Win with Guns for Hire and Meat Wagon? You know what I mean? I let him watch their channel because they don't cuss. You know what I mean? They play a lot of Minecraft. My son likes Minecraft, you know, but he'll watch some of their other gameplays and stuff like that. But they don't cuss in their videos. They make a very concerted effort not to cuss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they have some adult humor, but it's usually, you know, you got to kind of pick up on the words to kind of really get it. But they've made a concerted effort to have a clean, drama-free, no cussing gameplay channel. And I like that. You know what I mean? My son is 7 years old. He's been watching them for almost 2 years now. You know, it's something we can watch together because I know we can sit there and we can put on, because you throw on a random Minecraft playthrough and you'll hear an F-bomb within the first 5 minutes, guaranteed just about. You know what I mean? But you put these guys on, you can listen for days and not hear so much as an ass.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's very true. I mean,
now Guns for Hire's individual channel, when he's playing like Call of Duty, okay, yeah, he'll rip through it and drop F-bombs and everything like that. But that's his individual channel. Their collaborative channel is a very clean, family-friendly channel, and they made an effort to be that way, and I like it. You know,
one of the most popular black YouTubers that I do know, I'm not sure if there's anyone more popular than him. It's Chris Smooth.
Yeah, Chris Smooth. Yeah.
Smooth, that was his name.
Is there anyone above him?
No, I don't think there is. No.
And
I
like,
don't think so.
he's really clean cut when it comes to how he presents himself. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, is that what you have to do? Is that what you have to do? Like,
He doesn't
very.
speak that much in his
I think,
videos.
like, how can I put it? I think he's more palatable to mainstream America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I subscribed to him when he started just doing like Call of Duty stuff.
Yeah.
That's when I was subscribed to him, and he eventually like expanded and just did loads of new games like Uncharted and everything. But I mean, I don't know. It's there's something about it that makes you just think, wow, he's really cool. Like,
yeah, man, he's like that. He's like that. What you know, like you have those movies, right? That get made. You know those Hollywood movies that get made, like teenage movies, and like they're in that very like sort of posh college or whatever, and you have that one black kid.
yeah.
You know that one black kid, like he plays basketball. He's part of the politics team, the debating team. You know, he has both his parents. You know, he's you know. You know, that one black kid, right? That is Chris Smooth on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's the persona he has. Like,
Yeah.
see, and I think that's the model that you need to be successful ahead on YouTube. Right? And I've noticed that a lot.
Yeah, like
And I think he does it on purpose. Like,
yeah, well, I would rather watch. Yeah, I would rather watch one of his NBA 2K playthroughs than almost anybody else's on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Because of that factor. You know what I mean? He's like, it's like, man, this dude is kind of he seems alright.
That movie. What's the name of that movie? The one that recently came out that was kind of biting Akira. With the guys that have special abilities and stuff, telekinesis and all that.
I don't know.
Oh man, he's gonna be the new Johnny Blaze in the Fantastic Four movie.
Oh crap! I just.
What's the name of that movie?
It was like a found film. It was like a found footage one where the four kids they found the meteor.
Yeah.
Chronicles.
That black guy right there, that's him. That's you need to watch that movie, right? That is the model right there, him. He's exactly the archetype I'm describing. That guy right there.
Did you see the videos Chris Smooth did like advertising the PS4, like upgrading people?
Oh man.
He goes over to the basketball players.
He just knows.
I'm gonna upgrade you.
Hold on 1 second, fellas. I'll be right back.
I honestly feel that way, man. It's just not outright racism. It's just not. It's not just that. There's a cultural aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
And like Ramon says, like there's a cultural aspect to it, and there's a numbers aspect to it as well.
Yeah.
And there's no way around that.
I was saying to some of my subscribers, because I've got like a forum chat that I speak to on, and I was saying how I was watching some like American YouTubers, and I think they have cool voices. I wish I had a voice like that for it fits commentary more and so on. And then I said to my subscribers that, and they're like, no, I prefer your British accent and stuff. It's like, oh, okay. So I'm thinking like, I don't know. You know, KSI, he's got like a very London.
Yeah, he's no, Theo. He's mainstream.
Yeah.
You know, like the mainstream British lad culture, like.
Yeah.
That's KSI.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, everyone that I speak to that plays FIFA knows of KSI. So I'm thinking, do they know him for that cool thing? Like, he's different to them. Like I find Chris Smooth like cool kind of thing. Like maybe they're the same, you know, because every British person that I speak to that likes FIFA knows who KSI is and like look up to him and so on. It's weird.
Yeah, but now that we've gotten to talking about like individual YouTubers, like as a whole, I think the YouTube gaming community is a joke. You know what I mean? From top to bottom. You know what I mean? Because, okay, when the YouTube gaming community is good, it is really good. That's where you have the Chris moves, the Guns for Hire, you know what I mean? The really good gamers and commentators. But when the YouTube community is bad, oh my god, it's so retarded. You know what I mean? It's so lowbrow. It's so petty. It's so stupid. Like we were in a Google Hangouts call earlier because it's my day off. I was just hanging out. Vince was like, "Hey man, these two YouTube guys are about to debate," and I was like, "Cool," sent me an invite, and I joined up, and it was Abba Akuro was supposed to be debating.
The
Truth,
that community.
Truth, yeah, it's that guy, right? That community. Right, supposed to be debating like Truth Be Told, right? And so we're sitting there waiting for the longest time, and this dude never joins the call. Right? And then we turns out that he made his own call, never invited the dude, and claimed victory because the guy never showed up. I wish I was joking about this, Vincent. Am I lying?
Well,
and Theo, I don't know neither one of these guys from Adam. I don't know neither one of them. I don't. You know what I mean?
Like we were both in there, Theo, and he never came back. He never came back to do the debate. And the next thing we know, he's got a video up saying that he never showed up.
The guy who came in and then left said that the other guy never showed up when he was sitting in the call with us for like 30 minutes. Because the other guy came in and then left. Truth be told, came in to the call and then left.
well,
And then made a video.
Crazy,
saying
man.
that the other guy never showed up. Like, I don't have a fight in either one, so I don't even care who is who. They probably both have, bad points about technology since they're both console-only gamers.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So they probably both have bad points as far as technology-wise. Like, neither one of them knows what they're talking about. most likely, because, like I said, I don't know neither one of them. But for the balls on these guys, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know any of these guys, but all of a sudden, Next Gen 1020 is some sort of pedophile or something. I mean, what the hell?
That's what I hate. Like,
And that's what I'm saying. And it's when the YouTube gaming community is bad, it is retarded. What does any of that stuff have to do with gaming?
I have no idea, man.
the whole reason this all came about, like, Zaya's a paedophile, and I don't know, BG's a homosexual, and all of this came about because Zaya won't show his PC.
Right.
It's like, what?
Well, I have been watching that Black Bond series, which is funny.
Yeah, that is funny.
You know what I mean? I watch Black Bond, but that's because he's one of the few people on that side of YouTube that I think is, that I still watch because he's funny to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I watch BBC as well.
He's the instigator, though.
Plus, like I said, the number one. Right. Well, plus, what did I say? The number one thing for me watching somebody's YouTube channel is for them to speak intelligently on subjects they know about.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Black Bond talk out the side of his neck about anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He speaks facts and truths, and I'm like, hey, I kind of like this guy.
The one thing I hate, though, even Black Bond does it, is the exposed thing, and it's mainly Hard 8, though. He's like, oh, pussy's bleeding, and you're
Wait a minute.
He says that whenever you don't agree with anything. He says it's like, oh, I see pussies are bleeding.
Wait a minute. Theo, say that one more time.
pussy's bleeding.
It's the way he says it, like.
Yeah. It's great to hear it in a British accent, guys.
But I mean, the amount of stuff that they all say to each other, and it's funny watching Zaire just try and defend himself in this whole situation as well.
My only problem, right, is that sometimes I don't know if it's trolling, or if they actually believe what they're saying.
It's a little of both.
Yeah, it's like it just leaves me baffled sometimes. Like, it's like, okay, is he trolling, or is that what he really thinks?
It's like, come on, really?
Well, I was trying to tell somebody that most of that YouTube drama crap from that side of the community it's pro wrestling.
You think it's all staged?
For a while it used to be like the whole thing between like Zephyrnix and El Prasador and Zephyrnix and like Seventh Level made a video on it a long time ago talking about how these guys used to get in Skype chats and coordinate like their next series of videos against each other.
Hey,
You know
it
what I
works.
Right, you know what I mean? With with him, he would coordinate with him and like Black Bond and Brodeo. So for a while, it was like pro wrestling. It was like pro wrestling. Not that the outcomes were predetermined, because they would hit each other with like with zingers, and they were like, man, I didn't even know how to come back to that one. But they would coordinate drama series. Like, hey man, I'm gonna make a video coming out against you, just letting you know.
Wow.
You know, so you might want to start. You might want to start. Going through my library to see if there's anything you want to get me on, type deal. And they used to coordinate like that back in the day. I don't know if they still do, but like I said, I've unsubscribed to a lot of these guys for the longest time because it's not anything that I really watch anymore. I just see what comes up in like some of the Facebook groups and stuff like that. I'm just like, what the hell is this? What are they talking about now? Hashtag Colapes or whatever.
That all came about because I think he made a video where his spelling was just horrendous.
Yeah, attacking BG for Sony. No, it's like Sony's become bankrupt, and BG's become some homeless street performer. and Black Bond just made a video like showing spelling mistakes and stuff, and then it became a bet for Zaire to show his PC.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
That was it. It was a $150 bet. $150 bet, and if Zaire showed his PC, then Bond would give Zaire $150 and the other way around. So then Zaire was like, "Oh, get $150 worth of Xbox Live codes and have them ready, and then I'll show the PC." And it's like, what? Really?
It's just a shame, man.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like these guys, they could do so much more with their channels, right?
Yeah.
And, with their groups, and it's just a shame that you just never see that. It's just, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, think about it, like Theo, like we have, like, so many people with the same games, and like they have Facebook, they have access to Facebook, to Twitter, and they don't organize anything,
Right. They don't organize a game night.
They don't organize nothing. Theo, you could literally create like gaming tables. Okay, let's form a clan. No, just for laughs, man.
Yeah.
Do something.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, if it wasn't for like some of those gaming groups, I wouldn't know some of the people that I game with now. Like, cause like for a while I was gaming with people, but they were just, it was just, I don't know, it's just kind of touch and go. And like some of the guys that I game with now, I met on adult gamers. You know what I mean? And we game all, we game all the time now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, heck, Vincent and I started out like debating some stupid crap. I don't even remember what it was.
What was it about?
I don't even remember. Like, we started out like debating some stupid shit, and it's like, hey man, you seem pretty cool, And so we sent each other friend requests, and we game together. It's just But some of these other guys, man, oh my god, I feel sometimes like reading these posts, like I become dumber when I read some of these posts.
Yeah. Some of them.
Like I don't fathom some of the shit that they say. Like the first time I read the whole DX12 is gonna make the. I looked at it. And then I clicked on the link because I was like, nah, this is one of those things where the guy changed the title of the link on this page. No, that wasn't the case. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I was like that Jackie Chan meme, where he's holding his hands over his head, like, huh? But some of the things that these guys just say is, oh my goodness, is like, what? How can you be this dumb? and they're okay with it. They're okay with being that dumb.
It
Why
all
don't you look it up?
but Ramon, right? It all stems from the host. The host is the one that sets the tempo. Like if you go to certain groups and certain individuals,
Yeah.
like whom they are, it's reflected in their group.
True. True.
Like if you just see it, because if all you're doing on YouTube is just attack, troll, it shows up in the way like people have that mindset when they come to your page or your group or your website. They have that mindset already predetermined.
Yes.
And that's what happens. Like, they're gonna come into your group, dropping f-bombs at one another, just going in on one another because that's the image they have of you.
But then you want to make catchphrases like respect other people's opinions.
Yeah.
That's what
Where
happens.
opinions are respected.
You set the tone for what happens in the group.
Where opinions are respected, unless your pussy is bleeding.
I'm not even gonna.
And then he joins in himself. It's like.
Giving comments. Oh man, it's just crazy on YouTube, man. I've seen it all, like.
Yeah.
Seen it all, man.
I watch it and it's like, why are these people constantly trying to expose each other?
I don't get it.
You mean, is life really...
With no E.
Doesn't make any sense. And like Theo, like the one time you do see them jump into a game together, it's just, I'm like, are you even having fun?
Yeah, they're just hating on one other person or something that's not in the group.
Why is there so much strife amongst you? Like, where is this coming from? Like Theo, I literally watched Matimio, X Factor, like all these big YouTubers that are popular in Battlefield, in the Battlefield community.
Yeah.
And like a level cap. Like I watched them jack frags all jump into a game, and like it's like these guys are like next door neighbors or something. Like like the way they get along is it's insane, and it just put a smile on my face. And then you see other groups, and you're like, what the flip is wrong with these guys?
Yeah.
What is wrong with them? They're like, you're playing the game, and don't tell me it's a cultural thing. No, it's gone beyond that. There's something really wrong with these individuals. Like, you're playing the game, you're calling each other names. Oh man, what's your score, man? Your score is, man, you're nothing, man. Oh, I'm like, what the flip is this?
What was that link that you put on the guy who said he was just cutting off comments because of too much negativity from Black Americans? What was that link who was that guy, Vince? I don't know. It was a link you posted in your group.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I can't remember, but it was ridiculous because he would put up like gameplay and then all these people were just like destroying him for no reason. He's like, look, I'm just trying to have some gameplay, and these you guys are pissing me the hell off. I'm not trying to have that kind of channel.
Oh snap! That's my channel, man.
Was that your channel?
That's me, man.
Winged or Wingly or what was that? Man, where was that link? Hold on.
That was my video.
Oh, that was your video.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was you. I've never seen a picture of you, except for that eye picture you always have.
Wait. This video exactly you're talking about, just in case you don't get it mixed up with something else.
Hold on, I'm trying. Let's see. Let me scroll down in the group, see if I can find it. It was last week sometime. It might have been your video. You posted it, so.
I think I was in that video. I was playing Hawking.
Let's see. Oh, going further back. Yeah, here it is. There you go. says black gamers are temporarily banned from this channel.
Oh yeah, Wingy, yeah, that's Wingy's game.
Yeah, Wingy Gaming, yeah.
Wingy Gaming. Have you seen that video, Theo?
No.
Oh man, I think he's had enough. But then he's reached out, but since then he's reached out to a few of them, and I think they're starting to change their tone now.
Yeah, it's like I didn't even know. I thought it came out April 1st. I thought it was an April Fool's joke.
No,
You know
no, he was really starting to get fed up with it.
Yeah.
Black gamers are temporarily banned from this channel.
You know, and I was just like, man, I thought it was crazy, but you know, I always try to figure out what the the YouTube gaming community, man. Like I said, man, it's hit or miss. You know, you can have either really quality guys, or just plain and like you said, sometimes I can't tell if they're trolling or if they actually.
I honestly cannot tell.
You know, like sometimes it's kind of obvious, but then you're not really sure. You know, it's like, nah, this guy's trolling. Oh, hold on, he posted that shit in another group too. You know? You know, and it's like, wow. I just don't understand. I don't understand the appeal of attacking people. You know what I mean?
Because within that subgroup, it generates views. It's a soap opera. It generates views. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. That really bugs me though.
It's like, how can you be a gaming channel and you've got access to to an amazing invention that we couldn't even have phantom like back in the 90s. You've got access to the internet.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is calling people names.
Yeah.
You're on the flipping internet and you're calling people. I don't understand that. When I was playing Super Mario on the Nintendo back in the 90s, I couldn't even imagine like playing on the internet with the kind of games we have today, like. And it's actually happening, like, only just 10 years after. Crazy. It's crazy, man. And then I can go from watching people like Vital, Syntax, Level Cap, all game and having fun with each other, like, and then I'm looking at my so-called, people that are supposed to reflect me, like so-called black community.
Yeah.
And then you look at what they're doing on YouTube, a platform which goes out worldwide.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just behaving like morons. Like, I'm just thinking to myself, this is crazy.
Right, and that's the face that you're gonna put forward. YouTube is going out to the world, and you want everybody to see that you're dumb. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have guys who claimed, I'm a student, I'm studying, I want to get into journalism, into the gaming industry. But well, dude, have you seen the kind of videos you're putting out?
Yeah.
Don't you think this stuff is gonna catch up with you someday? Crazy, man. It's like, are you actually thinking of this stuff through? Like, what is wrong with these people?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm surprised every day when I see, what those guys used to post. You know what I mean? All the time. It's funny because I can't remember the video, but I didn't remember what it was. It was Dr. Trey, right? And it was do you remember the whole 1440p thing? where when Dr. Trey didn't understand difference between upscaling and native resolution and native resolution output of a PC. Right. Well, like on his video, I made a comment where it said, I can't believe in this day and age of information that people can just, be so wrong when it just takes 4 seconds or whatever to look it up. And if I be damned if on Black Bond's next video, he didn't have my comment right there in the middle of the screen for like the second 8 minutes of his video. So from like minute 1 until like minute 7, it was like something else, and he was like flipping between different scenes. And for the last 8 minutes, it was just my comment that, and I can't believe in this day and age that some, of the internet and free information, that some people can just be so wrong. It's like they're willfully not even. It's like it's right in front of you. Just if you ask Google a question, it will answer it for you.
That was another situation, when I wasn't even sure if he was trolling or not. That was like a prime example. I couldn't tell if he was trolling or if he was being serious.
Yeah. Oh, he was serious.
I was thinking that you're gonna explain it right or something. Like that, there's no way that you can just.
Because I remember watching that video. I think Levi linked it to me. He was like, "Dude, you gotta watch this video from Dr. Trey." And I looked at it and I was like, "Dude, why did you send me that?" I was like, "This guy actually believes that shit is upscaled on my PC." I mean, that doesn't even make any. You know what I mean? How is that possible for somebody to think that? It doesn't make any sense. It's not possible. And so yeah, and that shit was just crazy, man. I was just like, this is ridiculous.
It's embarrassing, man. But see, this is why it really worries me more, because.
But he was because apparently it started out like in a Skype chat or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, man. And he was so quick to make a video. Exactly. He didn't even think it through. Here's the video. It's funny as hell. I remember this video. Because it was just hilarious.
I was thinking that maybe he's thinking of the textures. There's got to be some explanation. He can't be that.
Right. At first, that's what I thought he was talking about, as the textures and everything else. Like, oh, it's going to be the same textures and everything else like that. But he was like, no, the pixels are stretched across the screen. I'm thinking, they're thinking, no, they're not. This doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
How can somebody even think that?
It's just bizarre, man. It's just see, Theo, this is why it upsets me, man, because you go on YouTube, right, and you see everyone doing all these wonderful videos. Like, I'm watching guys like Linus Tech Tips, I'm watching all these kind of guys, like, and then it's like you go to your own quote-unquote online neighborhood, and it's just a bunch of morons, man.
That's exactly it.
That's what I feel when I watch Ramon, man. It's like, God damn, these guys are dumbasses, man.
That's the true exposure.
What the hell is going on here? Like, why can't we have a Linus Tech Tips? Why do we have to have this dumbass? Oh man, it's so embarrassing.
That's the true exposure, right? Because we are part of those communities.
Oh man.
And every time we try and correct one of these idiots, they've got 5 idiots co-signing what they said.
Man.
Like, nah, son, not as blast processing, yo. It's like, that's not a real thing, So for every Zaire that you think,
like layers and layers and layers of morons just co-signing.
Right, and exactly. So they co-sign each other, and it just kind of builds up, and it's just like. I mean, one of them, they had a thing. It's like they were, Cloud Gang, son. Cloud Gang?
Xboxone gang.
Yeah, Cloud Gang. You guys even understand what the cloud really is? I mean, you know what I mean? They're all making these groups and making these videos and everything else, and it's like, are you serious?
Bang, bang, Cloud Gang.
And then if you try and say something in any of those groups, there's 35, dummies that are like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I do. You see, we're on this thing. It's called the internet. And that's my favorite thing is that they'll take you to an opinion site. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with opinion sites, but you need to go to credible sites. You know what I mean? I got into a discussion one time with this guy about like PC hardware, and as far as like what I can't even remember what it was because it was a while back, but it was like the limitations of the AMD FX9 900 series and shit like that, the chipset, and he goes, nah, man, that's not true, that's not right, and I went to the AMD website.
Oh man.
Pulled the specs from the website and copied, I copied the link there. And the guy goes, yeah, now that's not true. So the engineers wrote these specs. They've tested them a million different ways, and you're telling me that that's not true? Because you said so. You know more than the guys who actually built this thing. You know what I mean? Like I said, if one of the programmers from DX12 was to come out and be like, "Yep, it's gonna make that processor twice as powerful," you know what? I might be inclined to believe him. You know what I mean? Yep. If one of the guys one of the engineers who worked on the Jaguar APU and says, "Hey, I took a look at the software and there's a good possibility this might happen," I might move from 0% to maybe 30-40% because the other part of my brain is still like, "Come on, man," yeah. But to have some random idiot be like, "Hey, it's gonna make it twice as powerful." Oh, I know how PR and marketing firms work. You know what I mean? It's you mean they'll make a decision without one engineer being in the room.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? That's where Sega, came out with blast processing for their thing. That's where these guys are coming out with this. There's not an engineer in the room saying, "Hey, yeah, this is true." You know what I mean? They're just making a PR scene. It's like, hey, well, the cloud thing kind of fell flat on his face. Well, what else do we got? Well, we've got some new assets coming for graphics in a DX12. Okay, we'll tell them that it's going to make the GPU twice as powerful.
Oh, man. Jeez.
Now, if they would have changed the language and said it was going to make it a more efficient processor,
yep,
I can believe that. You cannot add power. You can only make something that exists more efficient. Yeah. You mean I can't add power to my engine the way it is. I can change my engine to make it more powerful, but the way my engine is right now, only thing I can do is change the oil, change the spark plugs, and make it more efficient. I will never add power. I will just make the power that it has, more efficient and being transferred to my fucking tires.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? There's no way for me to add power to my car without stripping off the carburetor or the fuel injector. You know what I mean? Just changing out a bunch of crap that's not on it right now. So the way it's built right now, there's no way to add power. I can just make it more efficient in what it does. That's why I think this whole thing is ridiculous. And you've got people, they're co-signing it, Vincent. They're co-signing it. They're all
ready on board.
And that's the YouTube community. That's the YouTube gaming community.
And then they attack each other for not playing games, and it's like...
Yes.
That's an insult. You don't play games.
You don't play games. Theo, when were you last online? Let me check your account to see when you were last online. Yep, you don't play games. Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You exposed.
I mean, I could see why that could hold some sort of credibility, because obviously you don't want someone giving it he's a tough guy when really they're not actually putting the work, and they can't really share opinions and stuff they don't play. I mean, I literally saw one guy do a review of Infamous on the second day after release. and he was doing his review on the game whilst unboxing it on the camera. I'm not gonna say who. I'm pretty sure you know who. If you think carefully, you know who probably by now.
I know who. Yeah.
He was talking a whole lot of nonsense about how mediocre Infamous Second Son is. Well, I'm like, but you haven't even played the game yet, and you're doing a review. You're doing a review of a game you haven't played.
Like that, but I didn't watch it though.
Oh, it's just shocking, man. It's like, okay, like how far in the game have you gotten? He was literally doing an unboxing. He was reviewing the game whilst he was unboxing. He was like, oh yeah, I picked it up. Yeah, like the game is not all that, you know. And just doing the whole typical Xbox fanboy talk while you haven't played the game yet. You haven't put in the hours yet. Why are you reviewing a game you haven't played?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just those guys, man. They make me laugh, man. I can't help it. You know, they make me laugh. I don't know how they do it, man. I really don't.
Over the past month, I've been followed by on Twitter the executive producer for the crew, a community manager for Ubisoft, and a creative director for the crew.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's nice.
Yeah. They like send my videos around the office and so on. It's like
exactly.
Wow.
That's the whole point. See right there. That's what I've been getting at. Can you imagine a bunch of developers watching some of these other videos? Like, they must be laughing that.
Developers
don't think it's a joke.
They're just they're regular people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Can you imagine what it was like in Rockstar headquarters after Hard 8 fucking shit on them completely after they when he shit on them like in one of his videos after they had him there for like a reveal party or something. I can't remember what they had him there for. I mean,
that was hilarious though. I love that moment. That has me cracking up for hours.
Hey, I'm not saying you gotta sell out or anything like that. You know what I mean? But there's a reason why some people are successful.
Yeah.
Man.
It's like do you guys know Maximilian? Like he does fighting games videos and stuff.
Who?
Maximilian. Max.
No, I don't watch fighting games, so I don't watch fighting game videos.
Okay. There's a YouTuber called Maximilian Dude, and like he was very close with the Killer Instincts developers, Double Helix. Yeah, like he was really close with them during the whole process and launch and stuff, and like he showed me just how classy you can be when you critique a game that you're sort of embedded with,
Right.
Like he just did it in such a classy way. I was literally applauding this guy, man. I was like, yep, that is class right there. Like there was so many things about the game that really bugged him and disturbed him and stuff. And like he released a string of videos just going in depth into the game and why he was disappointed. But he did it in a way that he didn't like bash the company. Like like he did it in such a classy way. Like I was like, man, this is impressive, man. I know that because you don't want to insult these companies that showed like their doors to you, basically.
Well, that's what it's all about, though. Yeah. Is doing things with class. That's why commentators like Chris move. That's why guys like Soldier Knows Best. That's why guys like the Hodge twins, are super popular, and guys like Broken Games, Hard 8, and some of the guys will never reach that point. It's not a dig against them. There's just a way of doing things that people can appreciate. You know what I mean?
Mm.
If Hard 8 would have came out with his video, like bashing Grand Theft Auto 5, but done it in a way that was classy, you know what I mean?
Mm.
A lot of people might have appreciated it. I know a bunch of people that unsubscribed from him for those videos, and I was just like, wow. I mean, granted, it's a company and they did put out a broken product, but he fucking eviscerated them. Right?
That was hilarious, man.
I can just imagine. It's like, hey guys, Hard 8's got his review up of like, yeah, he was just here. Yeah, you remember?
The nuke on them, man.
Yeah, Bob from accounting that invited him to the party. He got fired. like, or whoever, you know what I mean? The guy who was like, who watched his video started passing his videos around the office. Like, hey, yeah, it was your idea, Bob. Guess what? You're fired.
Oh my god. Who thought this was a good idea, man? Oh no, we messed up.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it had to be done. But it's just the way you went about doing it, man. That was brutal.
Right, it's just the way,
that was brutal.
There's a right way and a wrong way to say things, man. Always is. I wouldn't send them shit. I wouldn't send them a keychain after the. Well, like, hell no. I would make a character in my video game destroying him eternally. You know what I mean? In my next video game, I would make a character based on him. That was like obviously him, but not enough so that you have to pay him any royalties.
Oh man, that was crazy stuff, man. Jeez, YouTube has it like the gamers they need to fix up. It's just embarrassing sometimes, man. And it's not like they owe anyone anything. Like I'm not trying to be like black community needs to stand up type thing. I'm just saying that from an onlooker's perspective, like there's just far too many, just crappy characters, man. I'm sorry, I have to say, it's just too many.
Yeah. Well, look at it like this. Look at it like this. In order for
where are our geeks? Where is our geeks and nerds? Like people that would be considered geeks and nerds. Like where are they? It's like you have to be street and thug and all this bullshit, man. I'm tired of it, man.
Yep. Everybody's got to be a gangster, man.
Can't stand it.
Yeah. Look at it this way. Growing up, I grew up in New York with rap music, right? And it was okay because there was different rappers. You had rappers like Will Smith, Fresh Prince, and DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. And then you had rappers like Young MC, party rappers. Then you had rappers like KRS-One, political style rappers. You know what I mean? Then you had, a little bit later on, you had, the Ice-T's and Ice Cubes, NWA, and then, Biggie, Pocket, but all mixed in, there was still like the MC Hammers, the party rappers. Where are the party rappers now?
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody has to be a gangster. Not everybody's a fucking gangster. You know what I mean? Where are the party rappers? We're the rappers that, they have some fun music, you put on, dance to, have a house party in, Kid and Play. You remember Kid and Play?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's none of that anymore. Everybody has to be a gangster, you know what I mean? And it's ridiculous. Even the R&B guys.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? What happened to the R&B guys? How the hell did R&B guys get so gangster? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, R. Kelly's wearing bandanas and shit. What the hell's going on?
Oh, man, it's crazy.
He wasn't a gangster when he was making 12 play, but now all of a sudden he's got to, he's got to have.
Oh man.
He's got to have a street rep.
Oh man.
You know what I mean?
It's like on YouTube you have to prove yourself. Like it's just weird, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like this weird street culture on YouTube. Man, you got guys doing intros, letting off shots. I'm like, what the flip?
Right.
Like, you don't have to be that sort of persona. Like, you don't have to have that sort of persona.
Yeah. When you watch your Planet video, you like me? Do you skip the intro that he does?
There's nothing wrong with being just a regular dude. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like we don't have that anymore. Everyone thinks like they have to be this archetype type of super Negro type individual on YouTube. Like I don't understand where that's coming from. Be yourself, man. Jeez.
Yep. And people don't understand that. I mean, they don't understand. They think, oh, I have to do this in order to get popular. Well, guess what? It didn't work out for the last 7 idiots who did it. So what makes you think it's going to work out for you?
I mean,
You know?
there's a certain YouTuber right now, like a black guy, right? And like, I could tell just by watching his videos that he just feels like he has to prove himself. Like you could just tell in certain people's character. Like he's going around like just looking for a fight. He's trying to he's trying to get that YouTube so-called street cred.
Right.
And like and I think certain other YouTubers made a video about the most corniest black dudes on YouTube. And, like he was number one basically. So you just see that he's trying to get that sort of street cred amongst his peers on YouTube, and it's just so sad, you know. It's sad, man. Jeez.
Nah, I don't know. I think it's crazy whenever, you know, I see YouTubers just trying to be architect. Like, look, somebody showed me a video, and I guess it was Zaire working at the Humane Society. Have you ever seen that?
Oh,
Have you ever seen that video of
Yeah,
like?
I've seen it.
yeah.
Like, he was like a regional manager for like 3 or 4 humane societies or whatever, taking care of pigs and goats and shit like that. If you watch that video, he does not talk the way he talks in his videos.
He doesn't.
You know, and it's like, so which guy is the real guy? Is it the guy who
And
takes
then all of a sudden you're throwing up all these. Come on, man, stop that.
The gang signs.
Yeah, what's that? You don't have to do that.
Oh.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Is like, I don't understand who's the real one. You know what I mean? Is he the guy who talked intelligently about animal care, or is he the guy who talks unintelligently about technology on his channel? You know, it's, you know, who is it? Who's the real Zaire? Which guy is it?
You can't pretend to be that dumb for this long, like, surely.
I don't know. Boogie does a good job too, though. You know what I mean? It got to a point where he had to actually put himself on camera as himself in order for people to believe, because a lot of people thought his character, Francis, was him.
Mm.
You know? And it's like, whoa, hold on. I remember the first time I saw a video of him talking normal, I was like, what happened to your voice, man?
Sounded like a biology teacher.
You know, so it's just like, you know, who's the guy? You know, who is he? You know what I mean?
No need for that, man. There's just no need. Like, it's like, I just don't see why they feel they have to go down that avenue. Like, and it's like any other new YouTuber that comes along feels the need to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Do you guys remember someone called, what was his name? A long time, like a few years ago. I've forgotten his name.
I'm not gonna lie, but I actually did try and jump in on that style of video as well at the
But I'm
beginning.
saying, it's like you feel pressure to do it.
Yeah. But then I went, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like I'm not doing that. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah. Do you guys remember MVP, Deadly Messiah?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Like, the moment he left, it was like there was like a ton of people who came trying to do the same thing. We have Omega Loser now. He's like a rebranded MVP. It's just the same thing, man. Just where is our own Linus Tech Tips? Where is he? Where is our own Gabe from Tech Syndicate? Where is that? Where?
Well, the closest thing that we have to that is, you know, as far as in the lowbrow end of the YouTube gaming community, is Black Bond. He's the only person who will not make a video on something that if he doesn't know anything about it, he keeps his mouth shut about it.
Mm.
I don't know if you noticed that. Like, if there's a topic that's going around the YouTube gaming community, if he doesn't say anything about it, most likely either A, he's not interested in it, or B, he doesn't know about it, and he's not the type of person who's going to say something if he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not just going to sit there and make a video talking about, oh yeah, it's going to do this, it's going to do this. He's going to be like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, as opposed to, Dr. Trey's in a Skype call with them, and they're talking about different resolutions, and he makes a video talking about 1440p being stretched. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. Is like some guys do knee-jerk reactions, and I'm going to make a video on this right now. It's like, well, you might want to take 5 minutes to make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about first.
Like all the Linus Tech Tips and stuff you were saying, where's our Linus Tech Tips and so on. I think the problem with that is, like, there doesn't need to be any more, and all the ones that are associated with big websites now.
Yep.
So you kind of, it's again to do with the YouTube thing. Like, you'd have to get them from somewhere. I mean, if you buy your own GPUs, there's only so much money you can put into it, because they're expensive. I mean, you're going to have to be backed by some big website, so I think that's the issue now. Whereas, I mean, literally before, because nobody did it, you could literally probably just go to a T-Mobile shop around the corner and say, I want to review some phones for you. Like, that's probably what you could have done, but everybody can do that now. It's just like... Are you going to say good about these phones?
What's a regular store? Just let me do it.
Yeah, like there's a a few YouTubers that were talking about that. Like they wanted to start reviewing technology and stuff like that, but they can't get review copies of technologies or games or anything like that because if you don't have like 1 million viewers, the company's like, why should I send anything to you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's like, I love how the guys, they buy their own and try and act like it's a review copy or something.
Yeah. I came across a channel with looking at monitors.
I got this GPU from NVIDIA, and it's an EVGA one. It's not even like a reference model. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. Come on, it's not even a reference model. Who are you trying to fool?
Yeah, there was one guy that I was looking at. Those ultra-wide monitors. I was looking at some of those videos, and I came across this guy, and he made a video. Like I saw it in the related how he gets all his review stuff. So I click on it, and what he's been doing for months is ordering stuff from Amazon, say it was broken,
man,
take it back and get something else.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're looking at the ultra-wide monitor. Like, I was looking for reviews and stuff. I saw a lot of comments from you, Vin. I saw that you were looking at them as well at one point.
That's crazy.
But yeah. He reviews like GPUs and monitors and it's everything.
Oh my goodness.
But still only have like 20k subscribers.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like even now with like for a while I was doing streaming. I was streaming like almost every video game that I played. And then, Twitch like changed something up, and they were like trying to get me to pay to stream, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. But it was like a channel network was trying to get me to pay to join them.
Oh, really?
And I was like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's not how this works. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how this works. I was like, yes, no thank you. I'm not going to pay you anything. You know what I mean? If it helps my views, whatever, I don't care. I'm mostly just streaming me and my son playing Portal. So that way, like, and I don't know, man. A lot of those things that it puts a sour taste in my mouth. Like, would I like to play video games and do something like that full time? Sure, but what I mean. I'm a cook, man. That's what I do. I play video games as a hobby. I couldn't imagine doing this for work.
Yeah. It would just kill the whole vibe, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Look at the guys. They play the guys who make it big it seems like they play with no kind of emotion.
Even with me at what I'm at, I like my channel does influence what games I buy.
See?
If I had the money for like one game because of the ridiculous price of next-gen games at the minute, I would have to get a game to do with what is based on my channel rather than the game that I would enjoy more.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I mean, once you get there, you can buy everything. So, I mean, but then again, for me, it's all right because I enjoy racing games either way.
Yeah. Well, and then, once you get there, you can influence other games, because, I mean, didn't Goat Simulator start out as like a joke with PewDiePie or something?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Started out as a joke, and they made an actual game from this guy's joke.
And he advertised it for free, obviously, and a lot of his viewers would have gone and bought the game, and it's
you know what I
what
mean?
you gotta do. It's like get them to play your game. PewDiePie to play your game, and you're done.
Wow.
How unbelievable is that, though? You know what I mean? So this guy made a joke on his channel, and like millions of people saw it and were like, "Yeah, hey, let's get a Goat Simulator game."
That's the power, man. That's the
Yeah.
power. But when you think about it, though, PewDiePie, like, he's no joke. I mean, he didn't come in just being like a goofball. He carved that niche for himself. Like,
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
he was playing indie games well before a lot of people were posting indie games.
Yeah.
Yeah, when everybody was posting all AAA titles, he was up there posting indie games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was like one of the guys first out there playing Fear and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember him getting popular for like Slender and those other games.
And I used to look at him play those games. I was like, oh man, why is he playing that? And I would just click away. But now look at it. He carved that market for himself. Like,
Yeah. He did too. You know what I mean? And he got rewarded for it. You know what I mean?
I found out about Slender and about what's that other crazy scary game like?
Outlast?
No. The one he played, like one that he became really famous for. The game where you end up in like in an institution or something like that, and you're trying to get out.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Like a scary game. I've forgotten the name of it, but it was one of those games that I just gone through in like.
Amnesia.
Yeah, that's the one. Amnesia and Slender. I found about those games through him. Games that I would normally pay no attention, like immediate attention, like I usually saw him playing.
Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick.
Wow, it's incredible, man. YouTube is a revelation.
Zaya just tweeted, "I have something special planned for these clowns and weirdos." Here comes the exposure.
I mean, I sent him an invite if he wants to join. I mean, I don't mind discussing anything, to be honest.
Oh,
and that's another issue for you. How come they all play this childish humor of avoiding each other?
I don't know.
That is primary school stuff, man.
Zaire was saying to me that he'll debate any pony that he knows. So I said to him, "Oh, debate me," and he wouldn't accept me on Skype.
Yeah, it's just sad, man. It's just...
I wouldn't want to debate him though, because have you seen his debates with BBC and so on?
Yeah.
Speaks and shouts over them all the time. Doesn't let them get a word. It's like no.
Man.
I couldn't have a normal discussion with him. I couldn't.
Should be able to come on here and speak to any other gamer, just without any issues, like. But
yeah,
this guy's just so out there, like. And the problem is that it's not that what they're doing is like affecting me directly. It's just that it's the influence they're having.
Yeah, definitely.
Other gamers are adopting the same sort of behavior.
Yeah.
And like, it's just no, don't join that kind of behavior. Like, go, like, even though you associate yourself with them, go in there and change it from within, change it outwards, and show that, look, this things could be a lot different. Like, why are you spending your time doing all this.
Yeah, and I just hate that when they use the word fanboy and so on, and they're clearly fanboys themselves of a platform, yet they won't call themselves fanboys, and they'll say this is the only way you should think, and it kind of just ends up all their groups, like some people from their group joining the other group and just having huge arguments all the time, and it's
Oh man. And here's the most like lowbrow scummy trend that's going around now. When someone calls you up on what you've done or what you've posted, right? And your response is, "Oh, by the way, thank you for the views, man. Yeah, like you haters are giving me views. Like I made this amount of money." Theo, I absolutely loathe that. I hate hearing that, man. It's just so pathetic. Like, that's your response. Oh man, I'm getting a lot of views from you guys, man. Yeah, because you made a stupid video which people are trying to address. Obviously, they're gonna look at your material.
Yeah.
There's nothing to brag about. I got 1,000 views, man. Like, dude, are you serious? Jeez.
Thanks for the views.
Yeah, thanks for the views. If there's anything I hate hearing the most, it's that nonsense.
Man. Who knows, dude? Those guys, man, they just, like you said, sometimes it's hard to tell whether or not they actually believe that or if they're just trolling. You know? You know, I just wish that sometimes there was just like a full tilt like bullshit-o-meter on the side of that thing. You know, where when somebody's talking, if like everything they say is just like bullshit, it's just like red lines. You know, just completely red lines. An alarm would start blaring. You know. In their ears, you know. You know, because look, and I hate to bring up the thing again because I thought it was crazy. Like when I saw that Truth Be Told guy make the video about how the guy never came to the debate. I'm sitting there, I was like, this is bullshit because I was there.
Exactly.
I was there. I don't. You know what I mean? It's like I can't stand either one of these guys because, for one, I don't know who the hell they are. But other than that, I'm just like, I was there, and this guy has the balls to just like make a video. Like, well, guy never showed up.
He made it seem like he was in the room waiting. It was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm like, wait, I'm here. No, you're not.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, but that's the type of things that these guys thrive on. It's what they do. You know what I mean? This is what they do. They make these videos, and they're trying to constantly expose each other. You know. And it's like, why? I'm exposing you. Well, I've seen both of y'all's videos, and I'm not sure neither one of y'all know what you're talking about. I can't believe it. For one, this information that we have about the DX12 and everything else is too new to even know what any possible effects it's going to have on any piece of hardware.
Exactly.
So, for two people who A, are not engineers, B, are not in the gaming industry, and C, frankly, aren't really, that tech savvy, should not be debating it. How can you debate something? Neither one of you guys worked on the project. Neither one of you guys are hardware hardware makers. Neither one of you guys are software makers. What do you have to debate? You know what I mean? Why even try and debate anything? Why don't we wait until it comes out?
Or even to see like genuine examples of it being utilized. Like, I mean, it's one thing to get together and speculate if that's your intention, but you just get together and speak as if you know the final outcome. It's nuts.
Exactly. You know, because you don't know what's going to happen to it. You don't know what kind of effect it's going to have on it. It's just, man. I find it funny, man. I was trying to figure out. I was like, what are these guys even trying to debate about? You know? Because they don't know. Then they post up comparison pictures, and, you know, but they don't even know what they're really looking for. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
I love to look at the comparison pictures when these guys are like, yeah, look at this, and it's like, okay, what am I looking at? Well, that one looks better. Why does it look better? Explain to me why it looks better. You know what I mean? What graphical assets are at work on the picture on the right that are not at work on the left? Well, you know, it's not that hard. You know, you can Google up graphical assets and, you know, like tessellation, anti-aliasing. You know, which type of anti-aliasing is it? MXS, MXAA, FSAA, MSAA. You know what I mean? All the million, the million other types of AAs that are out there. You know what I mean? What about that picture is making it look right? Because for the most part, most of the pictures that they compare, like PS4 to Xbox, it's like really the only difference is like lighting.
Yeah.
And you really can't tell the difference because they're both using the same, for the most part, not all of them, but for a lot of them, a lot of the same graphical assets are at work on both pictures. It's just, you know, one might be a little bit brighter than the other one.
That was very common last gen, especially like with the contrast on a lot of Xbox 360 titles.
Yeah.
I just want them to show me, explain to me.
I'm gonna head off.
What was that for you?
I'm gonna head off.
Yeah, same here. Guys, it's been a blast, man.
Alright.
Alright.
Hopefully we could get together, get others to join us in another hangout sometime.
Yeah.
This week.
Oh crap! Have you been live the whole time?
You know?
I didn't even know that, dude. I thought, you know, I was just chilling.
Everyone was just freestyling.
I was just talking. You know what I mean?
Right off the cuff.
I've been playing video games this whole time, you know.
We've been live the whole time, man.
Oh man. I thought you was testing out the live part earlier.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh my goodness. I should auto-tune that. Oh my god.
No, because I remember you were like, hey, I'm going to try this whole live component part of it, and I was like, cool. You know? And then I thought you were done with it. I've been sitting here playing video games this whole time. I'm just like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, yeah, maybe we can do another one of these.
Alright, man. See you guys later, man.
Alright. See ya.
Take it easy, man.
See ya.